Well, good afternoon and welcome to our coverage of the West Indies versus New Zealand series. We're here at North Sound in Antigua, where the condition has been absolutely brilliant this morning for cricket. It's now in the afternoon, but there was a situation where moisture had seeped under the covers and it has prevented play until now. And what we are going to see is now a 36 over affair. Joining me in the commentary position is Stacey Ann King, the former West Indies all-rounder. And Stacey has been going up and down the stairs. We're about 100 feet high or more. She has made that trek about 10 times this morning just to get all the required information and proper information for you. So I think Stacey has an idea as to what caused the delay this morning. Good afternoon, Stacey.
Good afternoon, Vinod. And good afternoon to all our fans and all our supporters, everyone who's listening.
Yeah, well, we are right around the world with this, and it's the West Indies taking first strike as New Zealand, they won the toss, and they are looking to see if they can make early inroads here at the ARG. So, Stacey, wet conditions this morning, not on the outfield, but where it mattered most.
Yeah, the pitch was just a bit damp. Umpires had a bit of concern. Umpire Joel Wilson and Jacqueline Williams. And they had some concerns. There's been a number of inspections, but it's good that we're able to get some play now. I mean, both teams have been just anticipating. They came here for cricket, and therefore it's about time that we get the ball rolling.
Just before that, though, a moment's silence, as today is, of course, the funeral of Queen Elizabeth III, and it's a public holiday here in Antigua as a mark of respect on her passing. Right, so of course we ourselves would like to send the condolences to the royal family, and it's about time that we have cricket on the way here at North Sound. Stacey, you were out there this morning. The West Indian players, you were also having conversations with them. They must have been very disappointed to see to be here in lovely sunshine and no cricket.
Yeah, they were. I mean, it's the first series for them, ODI series at home. And they've just been waiting, and especially Hayley Matthews, new captain, want to get things on the way more or less with her charges. And Sophie Devine, I had a bit of a conversation with her, and just to find out how things went during that hurricane, that tropical storm. What were her girls up to? But they've been enjoying it. They've not been enjoying the hot sun, but they've been enjoying it.
So here is Dong, the first delivery, a good line. Let's push the way to backward point, and no run there. So, well, they're telling me it's Jensen, is it?
Opening for West Indies, Hayley Matthews. Oh, that's Rashada Williams and Natasha McLean. Hayley Johnson would have featured for TKR in the CPL and the 60 Women's CPL first edition and came up winners.
It's Jensen again. Williams driving, delivery pitched up, not really getting hold of that. And although it's very hot out there, Stacey, and you would know that more than many because you were out there all morning, still the ball is not going to come through as one would expect. It's going to hold back a bit with the moisture there, and Williams has to be careful in driving. She was looking to drive there early on. This one takes the edge. Good delivery, just opening up the batter a bit down to third man. That's the first run. It's now one without loss.
And it's good to see opening with her Natasha McLean, who has made her way back into this West Indies team. Last time she featured was in 2020 in an ODI series.
McLean, as Stacey was saying, just fresh from winning that inaugural women's CPL title with the Trinbago Knight Riders. And last night they did a victory lap. Of course, she couldn't make it for obvious reasons, but they did a victory lap at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy where the men were playing. Okay, this is playing a check drive. So McLean, who normally goes very hard early on, would want to just take a moment or two and assess the conditions here, Stacey.
Yeah, she should. I mean, she's now making her way back, Natasha McLean. And it's a long way. It's 35 overs. So give herself a chance. There still might be a bit of moisture within the pitch. So give herself a chance just to be able to, go big at the ending. But it's important for this West Indies team to just rotate the strike as well. It's an area that they've faltered in this version of cricket. So they'll need to work on that, and the perfect opportunity here.
It's going to be Kerr. Take up the attack now from the Sir Kirtley Ambrose end. And she starts with the delivery wide outside the off stump. I thought that was a bit harsh though. Umpire Wilson just stretching his arms.
Okay, one of the players to make her way back into this New Zealand team, Jessica herself, Lauren Dong, and Molly Penfold.
Much better, right on spot.
Yeah, they replace Jess McFardy, Seema, and Claudia Green and Rosemary Mir, who would have played at Commonwealth Games. So she would have missed out, Jessica, that Commonwealth Games because she took a mental health break as well.
And that is happening so much these days, Stacey. I'll get back to you on that as the day goes on. You, of course, being an athlete. So, hard start here by the West Indies at the moment. This is over number 2. We have revised conditions because of the moisture that was on the track. Of course, thankfully, Hurricane Fiona didn't do too much damage across here in Antigua. This delivery seeming back in. Williams just going across. So she has to be careful. She wants to just assess this pitch properly. As we keep saying, a good decision by New Zealand to bowl first, given the moisture there. The ball is not going to come onto the bat. But once they stay out there, the West Indian openers, for a while, the sun that is beating now is going to bake that track. And I'm afraid it's going to make batting easier as the day progresses.
Yeah, you can actually just see Sophie Devine just picking up a bit of grass just to see if the wind is blowing and which direction.
Again, another delivery, good delivery. Just coming back, making a little bit of height. And Williams is able to get it on the offside. Williams has a very crouched stance. And that could create problems at times, as you saw there. But somehow she was able to handle it, pulling the bottom hand away.
Yeah, another opportunity for her as Charmaine Campbell misses out with an injury. So I think between her and Natasha McLean, they'll have to stand in as wicketkeeper batters.
Driving, she'll be unhappy with herself, as that should have been a pace through the offside. It wasn't. It was played straight to mid-off. End of the over, at the end of 2. It's 2 without loss.
Yeah, Rashada Williams would have debuted for West Indies in 2021. She's only played 16 matches. Has 232 runs, a high score of 78 not out, but a strike rate of 45.22. So not too bad from her, but again, to whom much is given, much is expected. So another opportunity for her.
Driving nicely, McLean. Timing that one nicely, but finding squarish cover. The Jamaican McLean would have played a lot with Stacey King. Very bubbly character. I remembered her a couple of years ago when the West Indies played South Africa at the Brown Cricket Academy. She was telling the former West Indies opener, who was one of our commentators, Wallace, that she hits the ball harder than him, and she proves that. Driving through the offside, and that's a boundary for the West Indies. Brings a smile on the face of Stacey.
Yeah, because that's the type of player that she is, Natasha McLean. She'll have a look, but she will have a go.
And you saw that there. Bad delivery from Jensen, though, over pitch and wide. And with the field restriction in place for the first 7 overs, McLean went airborne. Very aware of the present conditions and situation. This is edged and dropped. It's going to find its way into the boundary, but playing away from her body. You think, Stacey, that aggression could become a serious problem for her now?
Yeah, I think it is, and it is not just for her, but for most of the players. That ball just nipping away, leaving her. And that's the challenge for these players. Yes, you've gotten 4 that previous ball, but the idea would be to try and rotate, get a single, get on the other end. But again, it was good bowling from Hayley Johnson. The previous ball that she was hit for 4 was a wider delivery, gave Natasha McLean room to just open her arms. That second delivery, which created an opportunity, was a much tighter line. Got the edge, but fell between wicketkeeper Easy Gaze, who's making her international ODI debut for New Zealand.
Ken McLean just pushing at that. And for the second time in the over, rehearsals leaving alone, which I think is not a bad option at this stage of the innings, with Jensen taking it away from her and Kerr at the other end bringing it back in. She was not in position to play at that.
Yeah, and reminder, they were teammates for TKR in the women's CPL.
Streeter. Well, that'll be interesting. I'm sure that McLean will know a thing or two about her, and vice versa. So it's the end of over number 3. It's 10 without loss.
Yeah, 8 runs coming off that Hayley Jensen's second over, courtesy Natasha McLean, who scored 2 boundaries, 2 fours. Not a bad start from West Indies women. McLean goes to 8 off 8. Williams 1 off 10. As Jessica continues from the media end.
Ken And delivery coming back into her. And she was looking to play down to through the vacant slip region. Not a bad option. Cool. With all due respects to her, I don't think she'll frighten you with nightmares about her pace. But she's showing that she can consistently bring that delivery back into the right-handers. Williams has to be careful. This time she's in the air, over mid-on, and one bounce into the boundary for 4. In her zone, and she went with her.
It's a really good shot from Rashada Williams, a good release shot as well, because before that she was 1 from 10. And this ball just pitched up from Jessica in the slot. And well put away. As you mentioned, those fielding restrictions, just 2 fielders out. So using that to her advantage, Rashada Williams.
She dealt with that efficiently and effectively. This time, this delivery, she just had the presence of mind to not go at it initially looking to push out, just allowing it to come on to her, which is a good option when you're playing on a track with moisture. You look to play as late as possible, and that worked for her on that occasion.
Yeah, what it has done is forced a change in field. 2 fielders out, and now deep square and almost a deep mid-wicket.
Not ready, pulling away. Williams. Stacey King was saying Lily on. That release shot would do a lot for her. She would have faced, at that point, 10 deliveries for 1. So, what they're asking her to do is, if she wants to find the boundary, to take advantage of the power play, she may well have to go through the offside. Now, Kerr's bringing the ball back into her, so she has to be careful. Because what they have done with that field change is to put a deep backward square and a deep mid-wicket on the boundary. Lovely bit of fielding, and that's cricket for you.
Yes, it is. Good awareness from Susie Bates, but Hannah Rowe wasn't in position for that throw. Natasha McLean was out of her crease. She was backing up quite high.
So the West Indies will take it anyhow they get it.
Yeah, that registers as 4 runs to Rashada Williams.
She gets this through the offside, not really getting hold of it. So at the end of 4, the West Indies sent into band in 19 without loss.
9 runs coming off that over. So 2 pretty good overs for West Indies. 8 runs from the previous over, and now 9 runs. This good partnership building here between Rashada Williams and Natasha McLean. And it's some interesting times for New Zealand women's cricket. They've had 3 major retirements. Katie Martin, wicketkeeper batter, Amy Satterthwaite, former captain, and Frankie McKay.
Ken Beaton, just outside the off stump. And Williams there, guilty of not being either forward or back. She just stood there and poked at that. Close in offside field, and the driving and beating every one of them into the boundary now for 4. Over pitch delivery, and all she had to do was to clear the levers.
Yeah, scoring in boundaries, Rashada Williams, scoring in 4s. As you mentioned, over pitch delivery, Sophie Devine does the fielding. But yeah, pitched up delivery and given room on that offside. And all fielders in that ring, she gets past it. And 4 more runs.
Wow. True. Mid-wicket for 4. Lovely shot. Again, this time the line was also wrong. And all she had to do was to help it over an onside field that is not very populated.
Yeah, I'm not sure what was the message from those first 2 overs into these 3 so far, but Rashada Williams has really taken a liking to these New Zealand bowlers.
All of a sudden, she has just turned it on, and you were quite right when you said that release shot would help her. Beaten. I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt, probably just pulling out at the last moment.
Yeah, 2 batters, Rashada Williams and Natasha McLean from Jamaica. So possibly that conversation within, that same twang as well, just to let her know here's what. You just need to up the ante a bit, keep things going.
Is that how they say it in Jamaica?
I'm sure not.
And I'm sure you know what they will say, but you just don't want to say it on air. 27 without loss, the West Indies. All of a sudden, these two, they're shifting the momentum slightly. We continue to say a lovely day for cricket here in beautiful Antigua. Just a scattering of fans out at this point in time. Hopefully as the day goes along, we will see a lot more coming out. Again, Jensen, that could be frustrating. Just beaten outside the off stump. And at the end of 5, it's 27 without loss.
Yeah, these last 3 overs have been really productive for West Indies. Now, 3rd over, 8 runs. 4th over, 9 runs being scored, and this 5th over, 8 runs again. So Rashada Williams and Natasha McLean really coming into their own. And it's important because they need to give those other players, the Stephanie Taylor, Hayley Matthews, who are due to come in after, they need to give the team a good start.
West Indies have good batting at the top. So Taylor out there early this morning going through her paces. Sure, she's anxious to be out there. Yeah, McLean playing late, which is good. Gets it away behind square. Well, when one would have thought that Natasha McLean would have been the one going early, doing the heavy lifting, so to speak, Rashada Williams is showing us differently.
I think it's also good that they understand that one player needs to stay whilst the other goes.
Wow, that was struck mightily hard. Right back to her. Did she get hit? No, it seems. Thought that it might have struck her somewhere in the region of her cheek. That could have been nasty. Did you get many of those, Stacey, whilst you played?
No, as a left-arm seamer, I'd always bowl over the wicket and swing across the right-handers, so
you got away. Full toss, driving. Williams would not be happy with that.
Yeah, I didn't put myself in the firing line at all.
Well, whilst you played, I remember looking at you. Whilst you played, I think the batter was in the firing line, more often than not. The last time I saw you played was in Tobago earlier this year in the celebrity game. So you can see Williams getting nicely into her own. Check drive, that last one.
Yeah, I like the fact that she's growing in confidence. She's actually advancing to play her shots. And what New Zealand may need to do is Easy Gaze might just need to think about coming up to the stump to restrict her. But this is good.
Beaten. susceptible just outside that off stump, as do many batters, but I'm afraid she's just standing and poking the bat at those deliveries. That one held its own. She was probably thinking that Kerr would have brought in that delivery, which she has been doing more often than not today, but it held its own. That'll give us something to think about. One more to Williams. At the end of the over, the end of 6. 29 without loss.
Last time New Zealand women toured the Caribbean was in 2014. A few players are still around from that tour. Sophie Devine, Susie Bates. And they lost that ODI series 4-0 to West Indies. And they won the T20 series in a super over.
Wow.
So not so good memories for them, but again, a rebuilding phase for New Zealand. They've got 3 18-year-olds, including debutant Easy Gaze on wicketkeeper. So again, a new era of cricket for New Zealand as they go forward and try to just see how best they can, just get partnerships and learn players.
Edged and gone. Again, looking to go hard at the delivery on that fourth stump. She just flashed at it, Williams, and easily caught at first slip. And the West Indies, they've lost their first wicket. Jensen getting revenge, exacting revenge. Again, Stacey King, you can see exaggerated a waist swing. She drove at it. She was nowhere close to it. And Williams has to leave for 19 of 27 deliveries.
Yeah, in over number 4, she would have been put down. Well, not put down because she guided one into slip, but it landed safely. Not this time around from Hayley Jensen. A proper line, a perfectly lined delivery, which carried good bounce and carry as well, into slip. You mentioned that Rashada Williams was fishing out there just a bit too often, and Hayley Jensen used that to her advantage.
So this is McLean at the non-striker's end. She is just looking on. She has been a mere spectator as Williams took the early fight to New Zealand. Overconfidence would have gotten the better of her as well, because that delivery, it started about fourth slump and it started to swing away. She was nowhere close to it and just flashed at it, looking to get it through the offside, and out caught at slip. So it's going to be Gajnabi all the way from Guyana. Showing Jensen her bat maker's name. Marty Green just going flying there. Was able to knock that one down. Marty Green held the catch to dismiss Williams head high. She's a tall girl. Great effort there.
Yeah, definitely another great effort from her.
So you can see you can see Natasha McLean tightening up a bit. New Zealand will be very happy with that breakthrough.
And also this is a bit different. We haven't seen Shabika Gajnabi batted at number 3 for West Indies before.
Well, McLean goes with this one. That's a mighty hit. And in fact, it pitches, it just rolls over. And we wait for the umpire signal. That goes for 6. So that's 6 for Natasha McLean in her zone. She went with it. We all know about her power. You can ask Philo Wallace.
Yeah, she just swung through the line of that ball and over pitch delivery from Haley Jensen. Very well executed.
Much better delivery by Jensen. So at the end of over number 7, 36 for 1. Sophie Devine is going to take up the attack now from Mr. Kirtley Ambrose end. It's going to be Gajnavi to take strike. Gajnavi has just got in there. Faced just 2 deliveries.
Yeah, she's a very tricky bowler, Sophie Devine. She has a number of slow ball deliveries in which she bowls. It sort of dips similar to what Dwayne Bravo bowls.
Well, I saw it there immediately.
She's also one of 2 players in this New Zealand team who has represented New Zealand at 2 sports. She's also played hockey at a national level for New Zealand. And Susie Bates being the second who was featured at basketball in Olympics for New Zealand.
Wow. Serious athletes. Down the leg side. McLean would be annoyed at herself. There's no long leg in place. There is deep backward square on the boundary. So had she gotten anything onto that, that would have run away.
And the power play is up, but Sophie Devine has still opted to just use 2 feelers out. As you mentioned, 7 overs being power play because it's a limited game, just 35 overs because we've started late. But I guess she believes in her bowling.
Yeah. Too wide outside the off stump, and you can't fault McLean for wanting to go at that because there's a ring of fielders on the offside, all as you said earlier on within the 30-yard circle. And McLean looking for scoring opportunities.
Yeah, but a good over from Sophie Devine. 0, 1, 0, 0, 0.
Again, down the leg side. That should go for 4. It does. And I thought, Stacey, that although it was 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, she was lucky a bit. A delivery down the leg side that wasn't taken advantage of. And there were deliveries way outside the off stump that McLean just couldn't connect with. But in the end, she got a 4. So the West Indies, they've raced up to 41 for 1. This is, of course, a shortened game. 36 overs aside. Gajnabi promoted in the order to number 3.
Yeah, a bit of indecision, but they get home safely. Look, Natasha McLean is just saying, I didn't hear you, or to call louder. Communication is key.
It's Hannah Rowe from the far end, Sir Andy Roberts end. Good height, good pace. McLean looking to get over that. There is a gap between third man and point on the boundary.
Yeah, just 25 years of age, Hannah Rowe. And has a best of 5 for 55, and Connery rate of 4.98. And she would have picked that up at Women's 50 over World Cup earlier this year in March. And picked up 9 wickets in that tournament. So a pretty handy bowler for New Zealand.
Getting away with that, hitting it hard. And you can see McLean, she's trying her utmost best to get over those deliveries, to keep it down. And she has not been able to get it away because of that, because some of those deliveries, because she is also rehearsing, trying to get underneath to get it over backward point. Now that could be a risky but profitable shot. So it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Beaten, and she has just outside the off stump again. McLean as well as Williams, they've really struggled there.
Yeah, McLean just sort of trying to do what she should have done if it's leave alone, but try not to fish at those deliveries outside there. It's either you're playing them or you're not playing them.
Again, not listening to Stacey King. End of the over, the end of 9, it's 42 for 1.
And since we've seen the dismissal of Rashada Williams, things have really dried up. But good from a New Zealand perspective, from a West Indies perspective, they just need to rotate a bit more. Keep a partnership building. A dot ball percentage is something they've been working on and they need to work on. And during this time would be important.
Again, down the leg side, noodled away. That should reach the boundary. It does so now.
Yeah, well played from Shabika Gajnabi. And just a nice little glance. Didn't have to do very much because, again, it's a poorly lined delivery from Sophie Devine. And, of course, with her fine leg being so square, runs away once it passes wicketkeeper Easy Gaze.
So the captain would want to lead by example here. That's much better. Squeezed away. Gajnabi seems to be a very busy player.
Yeah, she really is a busy player. And normally we see her feature lower down the order, but this is good to give her an opportunity. She's now made her way back into this West Indies team after a very good performance at the Women's CPL and 60 tournament.
So it shows the value of having those domestic tournaments. Oh, well played there by McLean. It's allowing that one to come on, guiding it, showing that she has that finesse as well as brutal power.
Yeah, we talk about the importance of rotating strike, and this is good from this pair.
This is good to see, Stacey Ann, because even at the West Indies men level, they have been struggling for the last couple of years with that very thing, which is rotating the strike. They have the abilities to play the big shots, but in between that, you have nothing. And these girls here, they're leading by example.
Well, it's something similar with all West Indies cricket, I guess, because you're so great at T20 cricket, which is just power hitting. Now, when it comes to more balls and more time, it's almost like, because there's no lack of talent, but it's almost like an uncertainty of whether to go, whether not to go. How long should I wait to go? Should I go every other ball? It's just a matter of just believing in your talent and getting the job done, because these girls put in a lot of work as well as those boys, those men. So no lack of talent, it's just the execution is the problem.
So Divine just making a change. Squarish cover goes 3/4 of the way to the boundary. So she has gotten away from that leg side for the last few deliveries. Of course, she did give away a 4 early on in this over. Oh, that's well bowled. Excellent line. It's the end of over number 10. And at the end of 10, it's 48 for 1.
Now, this has been good for West Indies. From a West Indies perspective, 48 runs on the board, just 1 wicket. Natasha McLean is still there. She's 20 of 22. And Shabika Gajnabi just moving along. She's on 8 from 10.
Good afternoon, Stacey and King. How are you doing?
Good afternoon, Vernon Spriggan. Welcome.
So, 48 for 1. We start over number 11. There's a peel for caught behind. She's out. Natasha McLean goes back. So, I think I don't want to say I brought a little bit of luck here for New Zealand. But Natasha McLean fishing at 1, just outside the line of the off stump, and took a faint edge and a good catch for the New Zealand's wicketkeeper, Isabella Gaze, on debut, 18 years old, and taking a very comfortable catch. West Indies losing their 2nd wicket. McLean goes back for 48 for 2 in over number 11.
Yeah, very unfortunate for McLean. We were just talking about how good she has been going. Hannah Rowe into her 2nd over and picks up that important wicket.
I think that one had a little bit more bounce on it because of her height, Hannah Rowe. She got herself in a little bit of a tangle there, more or less. Natasha McLean, good catch by Isabella Gaze, making her debut. 18 years old, so New Zealand, as Stacey Ann said earlier, is given an opportunity to be able to make sure that they uncap some players on this tour. They're more or less in a rebuilding process, and they're striking pretty early. The game being reduced to 35 overs per side because of, as we would say, Fiona would have passed through the Leeward Islands, and through the Caribbean. It's maybe taking a toll even right now as we speak on Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic. Hannah Rowe is going to bowl to the former West Indies captain, Stephanie Taylor, who comes in at a very important period of time. The West Indies blood in their new captain in Hayley Matthews, the 16th ODI captain. This time Taylor picking up a good leave here from just about outside the off stump. Taylor making a debut way back in 2008, Stacey Ann. 145 matches, 5,298 runs with 7 ODI hundreds and 37 half centuries. The West Indies would need even a half century here today from her. She is going to face her 2nd delivery, a wide delivery. Very, very, very wide there by Hannah. The score in the meantime goes up to 49 for 2 as Jacqueline Williams from Jamaica gets her hands out like one of those birds here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Interesting times ahead. Taylor North, Gajnabi 8. This is going to be an important period of play here for the West Indies women's team. Taylor comes quietly forward, solid in defense. As always, admire her for the way she plays the ball right under her eyes. Some 17 matches versus New Zealand, 758 runs with a high score of 108 against New Zealand with 5 half centuries. And has had a lean time in 2022 with 1 half century, 197 runs from some 11 matches. Again, she's solid in defense here to another straight delivery, and the score remains on 49 for 2.
And she has one of the highest scores at North Sound at this very venue. 94. And she would have scored against India. She had 8 fours and 2 sixes in that innings.
Again, she's driving straight again, but still can't get off the mark, so she remains on North. Into over number 11. Very important period of play for these two teams, Stacey Ann, with the ICC introducing this new method of qualifying for the World Cup, especially in the 50-over game. West Indies over the next 2-3 years will be 2 years, 66 matches, Stacey. That's a lot of cricket.
Yeah, this is New Zealand's first tour of that International Cricket Council Women's Future Tours program.
So the end of over number 11, Taylor is not after losing the wicket of McLean for 20s. So the West Indies so far, they have lost their openers in Rashada Williams and Natasha McLean. It's now rebuilding time here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for the West Indies women team. 11 overs bowled, 49 for 2.
Just a bit more on that Women's Future Tours program. And there are 10 teams competing for the first 5 places on offer at the 2027 Women's World Cup. For New Zealand, they've got a 3-match home series versus Bangladesh to follow this. And before the ICC T20 World Cup in February next year in South Africa.
We have a change here. Stacey and King, who we have coming in now. New Zealand have gone to a spin. Number 26. We just wait for a little while. Looks like it's going to be the left arm spinner. Bang on target, arm ball straight away. Gajnabi is defending nicely.
Fran Jonas.
Jonas from the circuit, Ambrose end, goes past umpire Joel Wilson. Short delivery, and Gajnabi, I think it was so slow and it really didn't bounce. But the most important thing is that she kept her eyes right onto it and just played it to the fielder short middle area. Score remains on 49 for 2 into over number 12. Again, another dot deliveries, and they all add up. Stacey and King.
Yeah, we mentioned it's an area that they need to work on, West Indies women. But losing 2 quick wickets.
Here is a little steer, or more or less just a little glide around the corner, turned more or less by Gajnabi into the square leg area. Rotation of strike, picking up a single. It now brings Taylor. Who's a knot? Gajnabi goes to 9. Lots of cricket taking place in the Caribbean. We have the CPL moving from Trinidad. Ooh, here is Taylor just soft hands, just opening the face of the bat and steering it down to the third man, picking up her first run of this game. And in the meantime, the score goes up to 51 for 2. Jonas?
Jonas, just 18 years of age, into her 6th match. A 6th ODI match for New Zealand, so very young as well.
Here is Gajnabi driving. Can't score the end of over number 12. And the score is 51 for 2. Good start there by Jonas. Tried. I almost thought for a moment that she was going to bowl back of the hand. Just the way in a slice in terms of her delivery stride. But good control. And as we would say, the Black Caps get into the overs very quickly here.
Yeah, I think that's something with women's games. You get, they actually run through their overs much quicker. Would you agree or not agree?
I don't want to feel guilty about that one at all, for sure. There's more efficiency, and I guess maybe when the competition gets a lot more tighter, then you know what's going to be happening. Game number 21 between these two teams being played here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and the record before would show that New Zealand have won 11 matches, West Indies have won 8, and there was one no result. Stacey and King said earlier in her earlier broadcast on with Vinod, the last time that these two teams met, West Indies would have won by 3 runs. Hayley Matthews 2 for 41, and she scored 119 for the West Indies in that game. West Indies 259 for 9 in 50 overs. Matthews 119, 128 balls. Nathan 36. Taylor herself was on 30. Jessica picked up 2 for 43. New Zealand in reply 256 all out of 49.5 overs. Sophie Devine, she scored 108. So West Indies, as we would say, going into this contest ahead. Here's Taylor back and punching that pass backward point. We'll get a couple of runs here. Lovely outfield here. Good timing. In fact, it's gone for 4 down the slope. Thought that she would have been able to pull that one back, Stacey and King, but good balance, good control. They stayed on top of it. Good, nice placement. And the outfield here, despite the showers, still lightning fast.
Yeah, she found a good gap, Stephanie Taylor, and that's what she can do. That's what she's known for, her placement. I think the fielder was Haley Jensen who gave chase, but the ball winning the race in the end.
So Taylor is off the mark in a go with the boundaries. She's 5. She comes quietly forward, can't score. Gajnabi is 9, Taylor is 1. West Indies are 55 for 2 into over number 13. And the contest between these two teams would have started way back in 1993 World Cup. West Indies versus New Zealand. West Indies 96 all out. In fact, in that period, in that World Cup, they played 60 overs. West Indies 57.1 overs at that period of time. I'll come back to that one. Here is Taylor, cramped for room with a short length delivery, but can't score. It was coming back to that game in 1993. Anne Brown, who is now the chief lead selector, she would have top scored for the West Indies with 43. New Zealand in reply 97 for 3 in 26.4 overs. Your Jenny Gregg would have also played in that game. New Zealand won by some 7 wickets. Seemed like a long time ago.
Yeah, definitely.
Here's Taylor flashing hard down to the third man era. We'll only get 1 run. Row just a little wide there. Over number 13 completed. 1-3. 56 for 2. Gajnabi is 9. Taylor is on 6. And it is going to be a very important period of play here in this game. What sort of score you think West Indies will be looking at?
With 36 overs on offer, I think they should be trying to get as close as possible to that 200 mark. Again, New Zealand, it's a new team, more or less. There's some young faces, but they're quite capable as well. And New Zealand is sort of a top-heavy team. They'll depend on Susie Bates and Sophie Devine and Amelia Kerr. And they've been outstanding for them batting.
Yeah, It's going to be
I think this is the area of concern for them where they bowl and try to restrict the opponents.
Jonas with a tight on delivery. Just about around the line of the off stump. Good take by the keeper. Kajnabi and Taylor just making some alterations to their shoes and to their pads and to their clothing. Over number 14. Partnership from 18 balls. As Jonas from the circle he was in. Bang on target. And Taylor could do no more but just come forward quietly. And it alerts the fielder from the short mid wicket to run in. There's no run. Pretty interesting field placing, more or less a 5-4 field. Stacey Ann, give you a chance to talk a little bit about that. Jonas in now to Taylor. Taylor is back and looking to pull that, finds a gap. Will it have the legs to go into the boundary? No. And the mid-wicket fielder coming around there and they only get 2 runs. So good covering there by the mid-wicket fielder. Had some running to do. Looks like Green, Maddie Green. And she might have saved 2 runs there. In the meantime, the score goes up to 58 for 2. Taylor goes to 8 and Gajnabi is on 9. Here is Taylor driving. She's out caught. She gave that one away, never got to the pitch of the ball, and just more or less stopped in her tracks. And she's rehearsing her shot to indicate that she should have gone right over the top. And had she maybe just put some elevation onto that shot, it would have gone all the way 1 bounce for 4. She's disappointed, Taylor, and New Zealand strikes again, 58 for 3, the West Indies.
Yeah, a couple of things to take into consideration. Fran Jonas is not the tallest of players, so that trajectory, she'll be bowling more into, ball will come into Taylor's pads, into those stumps much quicker. And Taylor didn't quite get the elevation in which she needed. And could only pick out Sophie Devine, captain of New Zealand, who will not put down that catch from Stephanie Taylor. She goes back for 8 of 16. Her struggles continue, Stephanie Taylor, but it now sees present captain Hayley Matthews making her way out to the crease.
Yeah, she becomes the 16th West Indies ODI captain, Hayley Matthews, and just sometimes for a period, when you hear the name Hayley Matthews, she's only 24 years of age, made her debut in 2014. Has only played some 5 matches with New Zealand, 175 runs, high score of 119. Overall, 69 matches, 300s for the West Indies and 6 half centuries. An average of 27.13. And by her standard, you know that once she gets going, she is a world-class player. Let's see what her approach would be. Consolidation time, 58 for 3. In this 36-over contest, Jonas is into ball to Matthews, who comes quietly back on the cross and just eases it into the offside. A lot of chatter going on around there. You know, it is when the world-class players walk in. Stacey and King, you have been there. You know, New Zealand feeling like, hey, let's knock over the captain very early.
And a bit of momentum might have just switched. They've picked up 3 quick wickets, especially that wicket of former captain Stephanie Taylor. So momentum might have just switched a bit. So you'll find teams chatter a lot more.
Down the onside here from Jonas, gone past the keeper. I think that is signal a wide, and I think it'll be gone also for, yeah, so it's gone down the onside. Keeper didn't get across. She would have been unsighted. And so we really don't want to be too hard on her. But that has gone down in the, as we would say, the record books. And the West Indies would welcome any boundary at this point in time.
If you look, Hayley Matthews didn't make much of a movement, just that trigger movement initially, but didn't really follow that ball leg side because she had an idea of where it pitched and where it was going.
So 5 wides there being signaled. Score goes up to 63 for 3. Here is Matthews just back and just turning this into the square leg area to pick up her first run. The over number 14 comes to an end, and the score in the meantime goes up to 64 for 3. 64 for 3. Very interesting period of time here for Cricket West Indies. They're having a a conversation. And I can't overemphasize how fast the New Zealand team, the Black Caps, are moving around to get to their overs. Lovely day here has turned out to be here this afternoon at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It's also a national holiday in Antigua and Barbuda, and also Independence Day in St. Kitts and Nevis. So a lot of things happening around the Caribbean. And you have another bowling change again, Stephanie? Tracy and King? Who's going to have now the off spinner? New Zealand captain ringing the changes, Sophie Devine. And Amelia Kerr is going to be the new bowler. She's played some 21 matches for New Zealand with some 76 wickets. Bowls off spin. It's been around for some time, Kerr. And she will start from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Sir Andy, with a little bit of wrist spin. Here, Taylor, not Taylor, but Hayley Matthews coming forward. Mid on and mid off right inside the circle. They've got a short mid wicket, short cover, no slip. Sweeper on the offside. And Taylor is driving loosely. Hayley Matthews, not Taylor. I don't think she got right to the pitch of that delivery there. The hands went and it peeled off the outer part of her bat and just flew down to the short third man. Gets a short delivery back and pulling it out to the mid-wicket area. Kerr pulling this one down.
Yeah, also the sister of Jess Kerr. That's her bigger sister.
Yeah.
Amelia being 21 of age, 21 years of age, just being 24.
So Amelia Kerr playing some 21 matches for New Zealand. Here is Gajnabi trying to hit one inside out over cover. Never got to the pitch of the ball. The left foot didn't get out there. In reflection, she had to rehearse very quickly and decided, I have to get closer to the ball. Kerr in out the ball to Gajnabi. Gajnabi is losing her shape there, pulling away.
Yeah, she's trying to do a bit too much, Shabika Gajnabi. Amelia Kerr would have scored 232. She has the highest individual score in women's ODIs. Youngest cricketer, male or female, to achieve that. And that was against Ireland.
So over number 15 comes to an end. Good dot ball there. One spun past Gajnabi. Good take by the keeper. 15 overs bowled here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium is the CG United International Women's Series, ODI Series, West Indies women versus New Zealand women. And the West Indies under a new captain in Hayley Matthews. Very important period of play here. And this partnership is going to be important. It's also going to be important for Gajnabi because she has to rotate the strike and pick up the singles. Here is another delivery here by Jonas. Bang on target again, pitch between wicket and wicket. And Hayley Matthews could do nothing else but defend. Jonas, left armer, in out the ball to Matthews. They appeal for a leg before. She's out. She's given out. She was half forward, not really right out. The stride was not confidently out. And umpire Joel Wilson, the appeal went up. And West Indies are in trouble. They've lost their captain, Hayley Matthews. She goes back, leg before, to Jonas. And we look back on the television replay for two. Let's look at this one. Stacey and King.
He had a stride, but didn't make any contact with bat.
And looked like
she was trying to play on the leg side across the line of that delivery.
And maybe that might have moved into the direction of where the ball pitched for umpire Joel Wilson, who maybe thought that she was maybe playing around the line of the ball. And the appeal went up. And in the affirmative, Joel Wilson stuck his finger up. And I've said to you, Stacey and King, Joel Wilson, normally he's a tough man to get a leg before decision with as an umpire. So that had to be pretty close.
Yeah, he's one of those umpires that at his standard, he thinks about it. He looks at where the ball pitches, where it goes, where it ends, where the bowler, the type of bowling that is being presented as well. But this has been really good from Fran Jonas. She's now picked up Hayley Matthews and Stephanie Taylor in her 2 overs. What she seems to be doing is just attacking wicket to wicket. Let batters make the mistake. And so far, that has been 2 mistakes made.
Left-hander Kaishana Knight comes in. And this might maybe break up the momentum for New Zealand. But Jonas so far has been spot on, as you heard there from Stacey and King.
You can now see changes because it's a left-handed batter, Kaishona Knight. And so again, just trying to get right fielders in position.
Knight waits for Jonas, and she comes quietly forward. She's a naught. Gajnabi, who is a 9 from 18. West Indies are in trouble here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. 65 for 4. Went over number 16. Jonas, 2 for 10 from so far. Here is Knight approaching and deciding that she was thinking about a single, but Jonas she's in a momentum drive. She's enjoying her spell right here, and she got through very quickly. Knight had to get back into a crease. Kashona Knight, we say good afternoon to the folks in Barbados. Genji comes quietly forward, can't score. New Zealand feeling that they're on top here. Over number 16 completed. West Indies are 65 for 4. Williams, McLean, Matthews and Taylor all back in the West Indies hut. And West Indies are in trouble more or less here.
Yeah, maiden wicket from Fran Jonas. And that important wicket of Hayley Matthews. Well, it will take some rebuilding here for West Indies. Kaishona Knight, she last represented West Indies in November 2021 versus Pakistan. Didn't get off the mark then. Yet to get off the mark here. But it's going to take some doing, some batting, some maneuvering of these New Zealand bowlers from not just her, but the others to come. Chanel Henry, Chidi Nation, Ali Allen, Matthew Fletcher, to name a few, not necessarily in that order.
Gajnabi playing her 23rd game for the West Indies. High score of 22. So really, should really need to get going. Again, getting herself in some trouble here. Trying to pull away. I think she would be advised to get as close as possible to the deliveries and look to punch, look to find the gap. 65 for 4. Gajnabi's 9 from 19. Kerr, that one had some rip on it, as you would say. You know the terms. Your coach, Stacey and King. The coach will tell you that we want to get a rip on it. Kerr, from the sun, the Robertson goes past umpire Jacqueline Williams. He has gone past Gajnabi even before she could think about it. She's trying to more or less get an undercut onto it, but it was through her very quickly.
Yeah, I like the line that Jessica is bowling. She's not giving her much room on that offside.
And she's going to have to be very careful because that googly can come back on you. She's going to be a lot more tighter. 65 for 4. Gajnabi is 9.
Yeah, she needs to find a single. She needs to rotate.
Again, she's looking to undrive, can't beat the bowler in Kerr. So New Zealand right now, and you know, bowlers always bowl in partnership. And this has been an important period of play here. And as you said, Jonas and Kerr seem to put the brakes on the West Indies. 65 for 4 into 17. Here's Gajnabi driving again. Ken can't score. And New Zealand Fijians would have done their homework. Maiden over here. The overs are going very, very quickly. 17 overs bowl. West Indies are 65 for 4.
Yeah, these last 4 overs has been really challenging. They've lost 2 wickets. And they've only scored 3 runs within this period.
Pretty interesting that you're speaking about Kashana Knight. Kashana Knight would have played before this game, some 30 matches, scored 800 runs, high score of 88 against Pakistan. And so she will be looking to get a respectable score here. 17 overs bowl. Knight is not, Kashana Knight. And Jonas is going to come in out the bowl to Knight. Knight stands up straight and punches that. Gets a single misfield. They feel a short extra cover. So Knight is off the mark. And the score moves from 65 to 66 for 4.
Yeah, they've got to keep rotating. They've got to find a way to score, especially Shabika Gajnabi. She's been there. And 24 balls she's faced for just her 9.
I just find sometimes that Gajnabi looking to pull away. She needs to maybe just the trigger movement, stand up and look to punch the ball. She's always wanted to back away. Could get a little more tighter. Jonas so far has been bowling between wicket and wicket. Jonas into bowl to Gajnabi. Gajnabi's losing her shape there. Was looking to go for a big heave. Never got anywhere close to the pitch of it. She just needs to keep talking to herself. Just try and make sure that I can rotate the strike and get a single. That has to be an objective. And she does so quietly. Just steers it into more or less the short third man area and picking up an easy single. So good rotation of the strike. The left, right-handed women player as batters, as we would say. It's going to be very important that they communicate very well. Jonas into bowl to Knight, Kashana Knight. She's standing up straight and looking to punch that. Can't beat the field at short extra cover. But it's early days still in this 36 over game. So West Indies still can get a respectable total when it's all said and done. Here is Knight on driving but can't score. And over completed. So 18 overs completed. The West Indies are 67 for 4. And we have, as we were considered to be, water break. As the golf cart glides across the field, is an Oasis water break. Stacey King.
Yeah, just some time as well for both teams to gather and have a conversation as to where they are at present and where they want to be. And just a reminder, New Zealand won the toss and elected to field first. West Indies in reply, they 67 for 4.
Yeah, 67 for 4. A bit of a spot of trouble. The West Indies would have lost the wickets of Natasha McLean for 20, Rashada Williams for 19, Taylor for 8, and Matthews for 2. Jonas 2 for 12, Rowe 1 for 7, Jensen 1 for 24, and Kerr has been the other bowler for New Zealand so far. So it's, as you heard there from Stacey and King, New Zealand winning the toss and deciding to go into the field. Yeah, I wonder if West Indies would have done the same. It would have been pretty interesting at the end of the day's play to ask that, that to Hayley Matthews. 18 overs bowl and 18 quick overs. We play starting around about 1 o'clock. So get into the overs very quickly. Normally you have what, about 15 in an hour? I think we have to give major credit to the West Indies. So West Indies losing their first wicket in Rashada Williams, was caught green. Bull Jensen for 19, 28 balls, 4 boundaries. Natasha McLean caught wicketkeeper Gaze Borough for 20, 23 balls, 3 fours and 1 maximum. Shabika Gajnabi is not out on 10. Stephanie Taylor caught Divine Boat Jonas for 8, and Hayley Matthews LBW to Jonas for 2. Kashona Knight is not out on 1. The end of 18 overs. The run rate is 3.72. West Indies are 67 for 4. The bowling figure so far for New Zealand: Haley Jensen, 4 overs, no maiden, 24 runs, 1 wicket. Jess Kerr, 3 overs, no maidens, 12 runs, no wicket. Sophie Devine, 2 overs, no maidens, 11 runs, no wicket. Hannah Rowe, 3 overs, no maidens, 7 runs, 1 wicket. Fran Jonas, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 12 runs, 2 wickets. And Amelia Kerr, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 run, no wicket. So New Zealand to date have used 6 bowlers within the period of time, and they have not let up on the West Indies batting, especially knowing that Matthews and Taylor, McLean and Williams are back in the hut.
Yeah, their pacers were pretty much expensive. There was some runs, some boundaries scored, but their spinners, they've really come back. They've bowled in partnerships, as you mentioned, and they've really put pressure on these West Indies batters.
And just in case you just joined our broadcast and you're wondering about the New Zealand women's team for today, Sophie Devine, Captain Susie Bates, Laurie Down, Amelia Kerr, Brooke Halliday, Maddie Green, Haley Jensen, Jessica, Hannah Rowe, Isabella Gaze, and Franz Jonas. As you know, Isabella is 18 years old, making her debut. And for the West Indies, we'll go through their lineup. Haley Matthews as captain as we're back with the action. Just to come back to the West Indies final 11 for today. Here is Gajnabi hitting inside out over cover area, picking up a couple of runs right after the break. And you know, after a break, Stacey and King, you always tend to lose a wicket or something happens.
She loses her bat as she ran down to the non-striker end, Shabika Gajnabi, but again, trying to be a bit aggressive, that release shot.
Amelia Kerr keeping the pressure here on the West Indies lineup. She comes in now to bowl to Gajnabi. Again, Gajnabi looking to pull away, the ball going across her. And she has to keep concentrating. She's on 12 from 29 deliveries.
Yeah, maybe a better option will be to get closer to the ball and try cutting.
Here is a heave by Gajnabi, going to pass the keeper. I think it might be signal as biased. Let's wait and see. Jacqueline Williams, I think she came up just a little bit too early. Score in the meantime goes up to 70 for 4. 70 for 4, so I was right. Knight is 1, Gajnabi is on 12. And Kerr's bowl well so far.
Yeah, 2.3 overs. But this has been good from their spinners, both Jess Jonas and Amelia Kerr. Quality.
Here is an appeal for a leg before to Kashona Knight, who was just playing from her crease. Umpire Jacqueline Williams, with Kerr coming around the wicket, dismissed that pretty early and said not out quietly. And the score in the meantime remains on 70 for 4. Kerr getting through her overs into a third over. Down the onside, that will be signal a wide. She knows that that is offline, and pretty lucky to get away with that one. Because Shona Knight in her element would have hoisted that out of the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Yeah, she's normally a really good puller of the ball.
Here is Knight. Sort of didn't get right out to the pitch of that one, Kashona Knight. Maybe just searching away for some confidence and some form. 71 for 4. New Zealand, there's a buzz. They feel like, hey, we can bowl at the West Indies today. Knight just back and getting an easy single on the offside. She goes to 2. It brings Gajnabi into strike, but that was the end of over number 19. And the partnership will have to be a very important one, as the score in the meantime goes up to 72 for 4. These days, because of the new format, we're now using 2 5-ounce balls. Same as applies to the men's game. We'll give the West Indies team in a bit. As Jonas, she's just maybe she'd want to work with this Sir Vivian Richards Stadium pitch anywhere she's going. She's certainly moved into a lovely groove here, Jonas. 4.1 over so far, 2 for 12.
I think the spinners, New Zealand spinners, are really enjoying this North Song pitch.
It might be encouraging also for the West Indies, because Afi Fletcher and company will be maybe smiling. Maybe Taylor might have to bowl today also, depending on what score the West Indies will post here.
And then you have Karishma Ramharak, who's also featured in this team.
Jonas in, out to bowl to Kashona Knight, and Kashona Knight playing a naughty delivery. Be advised to look up the V. Just trying to get a little fancy there too. That's a nothing shot, as you would say. You got the V right in front of you. You've always been told as a coach to keep looking up at the V. Mid on, mid off, long on, long off. Here is Knight again, back and looking to punch that. Can't score. I was talking earlier about the mode of cricket that is taking place in the Caribbean. We have the CPL, the Barbados Royals leading. In fact, they have qualified for the next stage from 8 matches with some 14 points. And Lucia Kings on a roll. Then second with 8 points. Jamaica Tollovers in third also with 8 points. Jonas with a nice flighted delivery there. And Kashona Knight not getting out to that positive enough. It was in the air. Needed to just find the gap. Unsuccessful at that period of time. Jonas in out the boat to Kashona Knight, and she's on drive in. Can't beat the fielder short mid wicket. Over number 20 comes to an end. And more comments from you, Stacey and King, and then we'll be the voice of Vinod Manchan.
72 at the end of 20 overs for 4 wickets. Those 4 wickets, Rashada Williams, Natasha McLean, Stephanie Taylor, and Hayley Matthews.
Yeah, so 72 for 4, 20 overs bowled, and my good colleague Vinod will come into the hot seat and carry through ball by ball.
Thanks a lot, Vernon. And of course, thanks to Stacey and King. She did well, didn't she?
She always does well.
She deserves her break. She's going to run away and have her lunch.
She deserves her lunch.
So it's 72 for 4 after 20. And here is a delivery just outside the off stump. The West Indies in a period here, Vernon, where they have to rebuild. But you're rebuilding at over number 20. These two, they need to stay around. 36 over game probably at least for the next 8 overs or so. Look to build something and get the West Indies back on track.
Here was a full toss by Kerr. Hit down to mid-on. Scrambling away to get a single. I honestly understand what you're saying there, Vinod. But I think somebody's going to have to be able to step up. And they don't want to be able to, in stepping up, get reckless in their batting.
Well, Gajnabi seems as if she's interested in sticking around, so the others can play around her. Knight is in there. She has 2 of 16. So that's been slow going from these two after what Natasha McLean and Rashadi Williams were able to do early on. So it's going to be go from the far end, and this is whipped away nicely. One more.
Good control shot there by Kashona Knight. Just whipping it away out to the mid-wicket fielder in the leg side area. And Kerr has certainly moved into a lovely groove here from this Andy Roberts end.
Yeah, she seems to be in the midst of a good rhythm. Oh, that's good. This is good. She's getting to it. Slow turn, mind you, but she's getting to it.
I think Janabi, there's just too much movement. She's pulling away rather than getting a little bit closer to the ball.
Again, Gajnabi unable to really get this one away. She's in trouble, and she's gone. That was never a single there, Vernon.
Never a single. And that's what I was talking to you about, Vinod, about the haste. It was almost like a hit and run. She got a full toss, lost her shape, and just hit the ball and just ran.
And that has been the key. It's the second full toss of the over, with the batters losing their shape, trying to get it away. And both occasions, it was Gajnabi. I think she dug herself into a bit of a hole. It was difficult to come out and take advantage of those loose deliveries, because she really had two bad deliveries in the over that she could have dealt with appropriately. Had she dealt with that one appropriately, she would have still been there.
And the ground feeling by New Zealand so far has been excellent. They've always been a good, tight feeling unit, New Zealand. Well, demonstrated here again today.
I told one of the production guys who was asking me early on, he was remarking how these girls are diving all over the place. And I told them the outfield here is in such splendid conditions at the Sir Vivian Richards ground that these girls are probably thinking they're back in New Zealand, where you will dive at the side of the road. So pristine are the conditions down there.
74 for 5. Looks like Chanel Henry has come out to join Kashana Knight. And the West Indies team for today, as I wanted to give you a lot more earlier, would have been Hayley Matthews, captain, Stephanie Taylor, Shabika Gajnabi, Natasha McLean, Rashada Williams. Then you have Afi Fletcher, Chanel Henry, Karishma Ramnarak, Shamila Connell, and Shakira Selman. 74 for 5, Vinod.
74 for 5, and just as I was saying, Springs, that Gajnabi needed to stay there with Kishona Knight, and those two had needed to bat for at least another 8 overs or so, just to give the West Indies a chance to accelerate at the back end. There goes Gajnabi with a senseless run out. So there's a short break in play, as seems to be some attention being given at the far end. And the sun is out in all its glory, as it has been this morning. Of course, today being a public holiday in Antigua, given the fact that it's the funeral of Queen Elizabeth III. The national flag here of Antigua and Barbuda being flown at half-mast, and the West Indies Cricket Board flag as well being flown at half-mast. I'm very surprised, though, Springs, that there is no New Zealand flag at the ground normally.
I was having a discussion with Stacey and King earlier about that, and I don't know if they forgot the flag at the hotel, but we'll find out as the series go on, as the physio is out trying to patch up someone. We can't see the number, but we know he's not the captain.
Devine is just supervising at the moment.
I wonder if it's...
Yes, it's
Kerr. It's Kerr. Okay, maybe.
Of course, it's the leg spinner Kerr.
Maybe when she hit the bails, maybe she might have just ripped the finger. Maybe
it's possible. Let's see if it affects her bowling. She's going to go around the wicket now to the left-handed Knight. And one hopes that the New Zealand team forgot the flag at the hotel and not in New Zealand. That would be quite a trek.
It certainly would be.
I have a miniature one at home from all my travels. I should have brought it along for them.
I think the manager will be charged if that happens.
Well played, excellently played there by Knight. She allowed that one to come on to her. And again, turn on offer, but slow turn.
Very slow. Amelia Kerr would have played some... It's amazing, Vinod. She's played some 21 matches and already has picked up some 76 wickets for New Zealand. So she's been in the wickets with a best bowling of 5 for 17.
Like spinners do take wickets, don't they?
They do. Over number 21 comes to an end. So 15 overs to go. Knight is joined by Henry for the West Indies. And you will have to begin Chanel Henry. She's played some 27 matches for the West Indies. 27 matches. Nothing much to shout about, Vinod. 212 runs, high score 39. Let's hope that she can get something going.
She would need. do exactly that.
She can hit a long ball, but I don't know.
Susie
If she,
Bates.
I don't know if she'll be required to hit a long ball today.
Well, if she stays there and she's able to be there with 3-4 overs to go, we might well see that driving. For once, a misfield by New Zealand that leads to a single, and Henry gets a single.
So Henry off the mark. Brings Knight, who has really not flowed into a normal rhythm, 5 from 18. But it's early days yet, because you still have another 15 overs. And if Knight stays there, West Indies could get anywhere close to 170, 180. 77 for 5. Knight trying to get fancy and trying to bisect both the gully and backward point. Failed in her bid process, and the keeper just for a moment didn't collect cleanly. Bates around the wicket to bowl to Knight. Knight is just working this one into the leg side area and picking up an easy single.
Single again to Henry. Henry looks like one of those players who will take a few singles and then get going. She's at the moment doing the right thing, just looking to rotate the strike, looking to stay there. Now, Bates, who is normally a medium pacer, is now bowling right arm off spin.
Which
So
means that
she will have seen something in the track.
Which means that they've done their homework. So they know that the slower they bowl on this track, the more efficient it would be for New Zealand bowlers against the West Indies, because the West Indies like pace on the ball.
Who doesn't? Cracked away through the offside. That's one more. End of the over. At the end of 22. The score is 80 for 5.
80 for 5. Knight is 7 from 22. Henry 5 from 2. And Bates has completed her first over, which would have cost us some 4 singles. 22 overs bowl. 14 to go. Oh, you've been enjoying your stay so far, Vinod?
To be honest, I've enjoyed my stay so far in Antigua, and you've had a big role to play in that, Verna. I want to thank you publicly for your generosity. You've made the team very comfortable here in Antigua. I now understand why they call you the mayor of St. John's.
Don't think I can live up to that title just yet. I'll have to give that to people like Shipwreck and company. You know, I showed you a couple of days ago, Stanfield Joseph Shipwreck. I have to call him the mayor, and even more than the mayor. Little hesitation here, Vinod. Oh, and the keeper just was not sharp enough. Communication with Henry and Knight,
not at the best there.
Yeah, almost caused a run out. And the last thing you want if you're 80 for 5 or 81 for 5 is to have a run out.
Well, as we had earlier on with Gajnaby, for the West Indies losing their 5th wicket. So these two, they just need to bat overs here. Keep rotating the strike. If there's a bad delivery, try your best to put it away and just bat overs. You know, put themselves in a position with wickets in hand to fire at the back end.
Kerr is really settled into a lovely groove here.
Yes, she has. Excellent line. Again, that's playing inside of it, though, was Henry.
Good control here so far by Amelia Kerr. Not for 9, and she's into her 5th over.
Yeah, the leg spinner has been economical. Normally the leg spinners are not that economical. They normally go for runs, but they take wickets. Exploring the possibility of a single. Not there.
New Zealand have a stranglehold on the West Indian women batters here today.
Oh, that's put away nicely for 4. Short and wide. Deserve the treatment, and the power of Henry is what took that to the fence.
Good positive shot there. It was short, you waited on it, and the sweeper on the offside had no room. She was running from the CG United boundary board. In fact, I thought she was caught in no man's land, Vinod, because she wasn't really right back on the fence. She was just about 4 meters away from the fence, and by the time she picked it up, it was too late.
Down the leg side, and Henry looks at Jacqueline.
I think it came off of her pad.
End of the over. She signaled and it didn't. And at the end of 23,
She has to be careful.
85 for 5.
Match referee might get out his pen.
Yeah. If the match referee gets out his pen, that's problems.
Certainly don't want it to get into the bad books these days, because one, you can end up, it could be 2 ways. You get fined for your behavior, and then if the team goes slow over it, then there's another fine. So you might soon not get any money.
So you may have to pay. So here's Susie Bates trying her hand at off spin. That's a good delivery. It goes right through. And Knight looking to drive that. She was nearly yoked.
And then that attempt, I think Kashana Knight just needs to stay a little lower to the ball, lower base, and just look to make contact.
Better. Quick single thinking Henry's in trouble. And it ricochets from her bat. It goes into the boundary about now. And she's indicating that the umpire signals 4 by Wilson. So 5 in all.
Yes.
And it did strike her on the bat. It was not deliberate. Ben Stokes at the World Cup final brings to mind.
Yeah.
Comes to mind, sorry.
But brought back memories of that. But 5 runs to the West Indies, something that they certainly would need. In the meantime, the score goes up to 90 for 5.
So West Indies will be looking to push on. These two critical that they stay. Tapped away. Good running again. Night is as fast as night follows day. It's 91 now. And what do you think may be a good score? 36 over on this track.
With the 91 for 5.
Sorry, for 5.
Yeah, the 91 for 5 with, you could say, done 13 overs to go. If these two bat for another 5-6 overs, they can still probably get up to a decent score of 160, depending on the approach of Kashana Knight, who's on 12. Well, I think occupation in the crease is going to be very important. You have to bat some overs. If they keep losing wickets, then it's going to put pressure back on the new player who comes in. So they have to spend some time at the crease.
End of the over. Overs are moving along pretty quickly. At the end of 24, 91 for 5. More comments from Vernon Springer.
Yes, so Kashana Knight is on 12. Chanel Henry is on 7. And Bates 2 overs so far has cost some 10 runs. Count run rate 3.79, which is not bad. It's just that the West Indies would have maybe just lost too many wickets, 5 too many. Captain Matthews, former Captain Taylor, Rashada Williams, McLean, and Gajnabi, all back in the West Indies hut. Everyone got good starts. It's just for someone now to consolidate and build in a nice partnership in terms of what's going to be happening. New Zealand ringing the changes. Some 7 bowlers used so far for the day's play. And they've gone back to seam. Vinod, looks like Rowe is going to be back in the attack. Hannah Rowe from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Here is Henry looking to drive. Can't score. Rowe starting her 4th over. The score remains on in over number 25, 91 for 5. Hannah Rowe. She's maybe about 6'2". Thinking about it. Sort of looks like Cougar line with where she's positioning herself. Here is Henry driving inside out, down to the boundary for 4. Pitched up, half volley, and Chanel Henry put that one away. She goes to 11, and the West Indies move up to 95 for 5. It was wide and in her slot, gave her some arms, some room in her bat speed to be able to just swing her arms. And she put that one away nicely. Mid-on and the mid-off inside the circle. And they're thinking about it, so they're looking to bring the short third man into the circle. And the mid-off goes back. As Hannah Rosie now to both to Henry. Henry driving down the ground, picking up a single. It's good positive cricket. Good rotation of the strike. In the meantime, the score goes up to 96 for 5, and both batters are on 12.
I think Henry would enjoy the fact that Rowe will present her with that extra pace on the ball. Ball is going to come on nicely. Rowe has been the quickest we've seen today. She's bowling from the Sandy Roberts end, which is that the northern end of this ground?
No, we're on the northern end.
Oh, that's the southern end. That's the end closer to Trinidad and Tobago. This is pitched up and driven. I love to see nice in between the sticks. She's like lightning.
In New Zealand, this partnership just maybe, I don't want to say it's rattling the New Zealand fielders, but they would know that, you know, if they just pick up 1 or 2 wickets here, that they could put some more pressure back on the West Indies women team. 97 for 5 into over number 25.
Short, cut away, runs here, that's 4. Good shot there by Henry. She's a tall batter, and although that was short and it did make some height, she was still able to handle it efficiently, and she cracked it through the offside. A word there of note though, Vernon, although this country has been drenched in rain over the last few days, this outfield remains lightning fast.
100 up for the West Indies with that boundary by Chanel Henry, which takes her to 16. One can't overemphasize the work by the groundsmen here, by the curators here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, as Henry sneaks a single on the leg side area to complete over number 25. And the current score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, West Indies been inserted by New Zealand women, 102 for 5, 25 overs bowled with some 11 overs to go. So it's going to be very important with Henry 17, Knight 13, that these two bat at least another 5-6 overs. If they stay together, West Indies can get really a respectable total, something that they can compete with here, with the likes of having Afi Fletcher and Taylor and Matthews will be able to come and bowl some spin against the New Zealand batters. New Zealand back with pace. Number 24 here, Vinod. Who we got here? Looks like Jessica. So New Zealand have decided that, hey, it's time to try and see if we can break this partnership. Kerr to Chanel Henry. Henry is back and cracking that out to the sweeper. It's coming around nicely. She's thinking about 2, but she's got to get back because Kashona Knight is not interested. She goes to 18 and the score goes to 103 for 5. Kashona Knight is on 13. She now comes in to strike the left-hander. Ground baked with sunshine here this afternoon. It's a lovely time here at the North Sound grounds, the Vivian Richards Stadium. Knight is just clipping this one into the leg side area, just over the short mid-wicket area, picking up a single. So 2 singles of 2 deliveries so far in over number 26. Knight goes to 14. Henry on 18 comes in to strike. The score goes up to 104 for 5.
what she has done well here, Vernon, is that Henry has respected the good deliveries. And somehow she's still able to rotate the strike. But when the bad deliveries have come about, she has been able to dispatch it and dispatched it well. That was the issue with Gajnabi. Gajnabi was not able to take advantage of the poor deliveries. This is a delivery that jumps a bit, and Knight is able to handle it.
So good rotation here by New Zealand captain in terms of her bowlers. She's brought back Jessica, so she's gone for the seamers to try and break this partnership.
Well bowled. Looking to force it down the ground, was well pitched up. Didn't really have room to work with.
Again, it was pace-off delivery there from Jessica.
Yeah, Jessica opened the bowling from this end, the Circuit Lee Ambrose end this early on today, and she has shown variety. She's a strong girl.
24 years of age.
She needs to get away from that line. That's signaled wide belatedly by umpire Joe Wilson. She needs to get away from that line though, because deep backward square is in position, but there's no one at long leg. So that's a huge gap there that Knight can prosper. Again, this touching and running. This is a good pairing here for the West Indies. They understand the value of strike rotation. They're quick between the sticks. Brings the over to an end at the end of 25. It's 105 for 5.
The end of 26.
26, sorry.
Partnership, the count run rate now moving over 4, which is a good sign for the West Indies. And I'm sure in their predictions after being inserted by New Zealand, they will be thinking that if they get 170, 180, that it will be game on here. 106 for 5. 107 for 5. Henry 19, Knight 15. I think we now have Jonas Vinod, who is now will maybe look to finish her spell from the Sir Andy Roberts end. She started from the Circle Ambrose end.
So again, right on spot. Jonas, 2 for 12 or 5 Brath it is. So she's left arm orthodox.
Knight trying to get fancy and just almost got herself into a tangle. New Zealand with at least 5 fielders inside the circle, trying to put a trap on the West Indies women's team.
Lovely bit of fielding at square leg. Doesn't prevent the single though, but Knight has being able to rotate the strike. She's 16 of 38. That might not indicate that, but what has happened is, I think since Henry has come out there, Henry has brought a certain energy that has worked well.
But she's a big girl and she can hit a long ball.
Oh, this is well played. Down behind square. This is running away. And it goes for 4. Brings a roar from a small crowd on hand here. Small but appreciative crowd. As you can look at the replay, you'll see. Feel on that occasion doing everything right and then spilling it. It happens. of the over. Another over gone by, 112 for 5.
And Jonas's 6 overs so far has brought her 2 wickets. Matthews, Taylor, 17 runs. The current run rate for West Indies women, 4.15.
Important thing for these two is to just stay there. Put themselves in a position to launch at the back end. Jonas 2 for 17 after 6. She's done her work. Jess Kerr trying to get this breakthrough. New Zealand would be a bit concerned about this partnership. It's now they've racked up 33.
And with pace on for Henry, she's going to look to explode. She goes to 24 from 17. And the West Indies pushes their total up to 114 for 5 in over number 28. Jessica into her 5th over. Not for 20 so far from the Circuit Ambrose end where we're broadcasting.
And another single. They're doing the right thing, these two. Credit to her though, she has been on spot. Hasn't done badly at all. Early on she was taken around the park by Williams and McLean. She's come back strongly here. A 2nd over in this spell. Take 1. Sophie Devine saw that Henry was taking her own dear time to get into the crease at the striker's end, and she just hustled along. Good awareness. Tried to get her in trouble.
I like the intensity so far by the New Zealand outfit, both in the field and getting in their overs. Seamers getting back to the mark as quick as possible.
One more. Brings the over to an end. And this partnership so far, 44 of 43. And just what the West Indies wanted at this point in time. 8 overs to go in this innings.
Both having a chat, looking at the scoreboard. Is always so important to look at the scoreboard. You have 8 overs, 189 for 5. I think the message will be clear here to Knight and Henry. We're the last pair at the crease. That should be their mindset.
Yeah, they have to take that approach. Let's look to whittle away a couple overs again. Continue rotating that strike. Look for the bad balls. And then with wickets in hand, they can go big. Henry would understand and she would know that she has a huge role in that. Not a quick single.
It's been really Isabella Gaze Vinod making her debut, 18-year-old. And she's really had to be very busy today as the wicketkeeper for New Zealand.
You can see early on she did miss a few. And not catches that was, but that's one of the catch. She missed one chance, which was close to first slip as well. Could have been either. So there were some butterflies to work out of the system.
I think you understand she's not going right down Vinod. It's something which I see modern day keepers going through. They don't go right down. I consider it as a coach to be a very lazy position. I think as a keeper, you need to start from down.
Way down. It gives you just that delay in getting up too early. So if you go down, you stay down in the approved manner of which you would have seen in yesteryear. What it does is that it allows you to stay lower longer.
And you can react to the ball that is dying. Another dot ball. West Indies won 23 for 5. Henry 28, Knight 20. The partnership 49 for 48. Very important partnership so far. Much needed for the West Indies. 50 partnership comes up between Chanel Henry and Kashona Knight. 50 of 48 deliveries.
Not bad at all. They greet each other. Mid-pitch.
And the maneuvering of strike is so important. Another single to Kashona Knight brings it into over number 29. In the meantime, the score goes to 125 for 5. We're broadcasting live from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, national hero of Antigua and Barbuda, at Northside Ground in Antigua and Barbuda.
Lovely ground here. So Viv, I think he'll be very proud to have his name adorned on this venue.
On a holiday today, he'll be maybe out hitting some long balls.
I think he'll be in the golf course today.
That's where he lives. You never know. Might have maybe Sir Richie Richardson might be also there. A lot of the ex-players and folks who've walked away from sports. Sylvester Joseph is also a very active golfer here to Vinod.
A lot of cricketers.
Yeah, he's got his Sylvester's son. He's got a young junior son who I think maybe is just about 15, doing well in the junior program.
So is the golf course far from here?
Just about under half an hour. And no way really is far in Antigua and Barbuda, depending on the traffic. It depends on which route you walk.
Down the left side, whipped away for 4. But Williams had to jump out of the way. Clipped neatly all along the carpet.
Badly line delivery there by Jensen, coming around the wicket to the left-hander.
I think
into a strong point.
I think Jensen should go over the wicket, look to angle the delivery across the left-hander.
You know, it's important that you said that, Vinod, because I wish that while you're here, we can have a discussion about find all these modern-day bowlers coming around the wicket. I continue to be, especially to the left-handers.
She just fed her. Now you look at the field as a deep backward square and deep mid wicket, but there is room to play that shot there, and she did exactly that on the last occasion. Just play through square leg, and she got 4. So this has been a very commendable effort by Henry and Knight.
I think it is also going to be important that Chanel Henry continues to play her style, which is positive, and at the same time rotate the strike. She don't want to get out at this time. She's done all the hard work, and she'd want to be able to make sure that she's there right down to the end.
It's Jensen, who moves the ball normally away from the right-hander. Look at this again. Easy. Just playing it down on the running.
Janelle Henry's high score is 39. Vinod, she's 29, 10 away from her high score. Jensen, Vinod would have played some 29 games for New Zealand. She's only got 24 wickets. Nothing much to shout about.
Oh, down the leg side, picked up nicely. But there's a short, fine leg that stops it.
Best bowling being 3 for 32, Jensen. Looks like a Darren Gough Vinod from Yorkshire. Sort of stocky built. You know, it'd be pretty interesting, Vinod, because a number of these women cricketers would have maybe modeled their male counterparts once they would have started cricket. Over comes to an end, 30 overs bowled, West Indies 132 for 5. Henry 29, Knight 27. Some 7 runs coming out of that. Jensen's over. Her 5 overs so far has cost her 31 runs with 1 wicket. Run rate inching up to 5. It's about 4.40. It's 6 overs to go. Talking about 24 legal deliveries left.
Well, 6 to go. 5 overs in hand. We may see some more aggression coming into play now.
I did say 24, it should be 36, Vinod. Trying to rob the West Indies of a couple there. You think they can still get up to 180?
Well,
Run a ball?
Yeah.
I think what is going to be of importance is how well the New Zealand bowlers hold their nerve and finish. Kerr so far, not for 14, she's into her 6th over. 133 for 5. Wide delivery and called wide by Jacqueline Williams. The score in the meantime goes up to 133 for 5. Went over number 31. Here's Henry driving inside out, down to the boundary for 4. Lovely cricket shot there by Chanel Henry. And good extension of the arms. And she's a tall lad. And when she gets there, where she can swing her arms through, especially on the offside, very strong in that area.
Yeah, and she has struck the ball really sweetly today, I dare say. Given room, as you said, it was all about taking the hand through the shot.
Almost nearly yorked herself there, but in the end she got a single into the mid-wicket area. It goes up to 34. It brings Kachana Knight 28 from 50. If you're listening and you hear Kachana Knight has got 28 from 50, you might be saying, what is happening?
Well, had she not played in the manner she has done, the West Indies could have probably been all out by now. Pitching outside the leg stump.
Good call by you, Vinod. Kerr was down on her knees preaching to umpire Jacqueline Williams.
Well, she could have taken that one to the council. I don't think she would have gotten it. Again, back to regular business. Quick single. Over now with 5 to go. Talking about 30 balls. A runner ball will take them up to 170,
Which
could be competitive.
could be competitive. Which could be very, very, very competitive. Exciting times ahead here.
Yeah.
And like I said, the objective of Knight and Henry would be that this is the last pair at the wicket for the West Indies. That has to be the approach. Now let's look at the field place in Vinad. They have got more or less an out and out leg side field for Kashona Knight. Driving down to long on, picking up an easy single. And the danger for New Zealand is that both Kashona Knight and Chanel Henry on the go, they're very explosive.
Not a single given.
I want to ask you something, Vinad. How you feel about the boundaries here at North Zone are pretty big?
Yeah, it's pretty big, even for women's cricket. Normally for women's cricket, they pull the boundaries in. But they probably didn't do that. It's really big. I mean, Natasha McLean had no problems with it. Henry seems to have no problems with it as well.
Partnership 68 from 63. It's a lovely afternoon here in Antigua and Barbuda. Holiday afternoon. New Zealand's searching for something. They need one, they need two. Can Jensen produce?
Misfield on the offside.
I think they're feeling the pressure a little bit.
Yeah, I think the West Indies just putting back some pressure. This partnership of 69 has really caused some concern for New Zealand. Remember, there was 74 when Gajimbi got run out. There was 74 for 5. Looking for 2. It's a weighted shot. This is good running. This is good cricket. Henry just touched down and was back in a flash.
West Indies dugout cheering on, and the spectators who are here, they're really supporting the West Indies women's team. It's the home team. The ladies in the maroon are back. So too is the Black Caps.
Over mid-off. Should go back for 2 more. Henry has been good.
She has.
End of the over. 4 to come.
I think she's trying to catch her breath now, Vinod, because he said she was so good. She's got a towel break. But you know, Vinod, going forward, they're going to cut out a lot of these things. I mean, you know, you can't just run on. There will be specific times, periods.
Yep. Unless there's an injury to be dealt with.
But with the increase in heat, Vinod, boy, it's going to be up to the umpires. Because the heat these days, with climate change.
Yeah, it's different, you know. Now even you look at soccer and you realize how many substitutions are now allowed.
Yeah.
Sometimes up to 5. Again, good running.
New Zealand have been ruffled there. That was a tired shot, you know that, right?
It was definitely a tired shot.
She's bending over again.
Both batters are. Both batters are. I mean, you look out there and you see what's going on, and you realize that they're really tired. It's very hot. Added to that, they have been running very good between the sticks. They have really been energetic out there, and they're really taken the fight to New Zealand with some excellent running.
Henry's now recorded her highest ODI score, compared to 39 to 42. 150 up for the West Indies. So still competitive. It's going to be a good game.
Looking to swing this. So I think the charge is now on with just about 3.5 to go. And Henry made connection with that. Sorry, had Knight made connection with that. There's a huge gap between cow corner and deep backward square. So there's no one at deep mid wicket. Up nicely and invitingly. Henry looks at umpire Williams. It's the end of the over. 3 to go, and your prediction may well come true of 170, 180.
Well, if we look around here, we'd see, if you're wondering what's happening, if you just joined the broadcast, Rashada Williams caught green ball Jensen for 19. Natasha McLean caught wicketkeeper Gaze on debut. Ball row for 20. Shabika Gajnabi was run out Jensen and Amira Kerr for 13. Stephanie Taylor caught Divine. Bowl Jonas for 8. Haley Matthews LBW to Jonas for 2. And Kashana Knight is not out on 33 with Chanel Henry on 42 not out. Knight is facing 152 for 5. 152 for 5. New Zealand Blues used some 7 bowlers. Haley Jensen 6 overs, no maiden, 38 runs, 1 wicket. Jessica 5 overs, no maiden, 23 runs, no wicket. Sophie Divine 2 overs, no maiden, 11 runs, no wickets. Fran Jonas, beautiful spell, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 22 runs, 2 wickets. Here is a drive on the offside, pissed by Kashana Knight, picking up 2 runs. We got Jessica coming back into the action. 154 for 5. Knight 35. Henry 42. The current run rate is 4.64.
Whipped away. One more.
Can we still see some fireworks in these last couple of overs?
This is whipped away nicely into the gap. It should get into the boundary now. A lovely stop. And knocked down. Divine will now retain the ball as Susie Yates was flying around. So two of the better fielders taking critical positions at the moment.
And she saved 2 runs there.
Yeah, that was a good shot though by Henry.
Right into her area. She's very strong in that area. Chanel Henry, approaching a half century, will be a well-deserved half century. She's 44.
A tired shot. But she did the work for the West Indies. Henry, she should be proud of her efforts today. 44 of 34, and she has to leave.
Yeah. West Indies women losing their 6th wicket. Very well played, knock by Chanel Henry. And as Vinod rightly said, more or less a tired shot in the end. Halliday taking the catch, wearing the number 68. And what a knock by Chanel Henry. was impressive. So 44 from 34 deliveries, strike rate of 129.4. She receives a real warm of applause from her teammates in the West Indies cabin. Looks like it is Afi Fletcher who comes out. No, I think it would be not Fletcher. It would be, looks like Finland.
Selman, Shakira Selman, of course. Fast bowler Shakira Selman. So I think New Zealand with a critical breakthrough there, getting rid of Henry, because with 3 overs to go, she could have made some serious damage with her power. Let's see if Selman can follow suit. Sliced away, and as they say, in any great partnership, when one leaves, the other follows. Knight did her work, 36 of 61. She has to go now, and New Zealand taking critical breakthroughs at the back end that is stopping the West Indies from pulling that trigger.
Yeah, so another wicket going down for the West Indies, and you know, normally in cricket you always hear the term, you know, 1 comes 2, and looks like Jonas is who will have taken that catch there. 158 for 7. Knight goes back for 36 from 61 deliveries. Very important period of playing. West Indies maybe just losing the way with those 2 important wickets, and having to introduce 2 new batters mean that they will have to start all over again, and they don't have a lot of time. Afi Fletcher now comes out. Selman driving on the offside, picking up a second one. Meantime, the score goes up to 159 for 7 as Jessica continues. Just switch from the circle Lambos end now to the Sir Andy Roberts end. For 7. Another single. So New Zealand will be contented with these singles, knowing that no boundaries are being leaked here. And Jensen 1 for 41. Another single onto the offside. Haley Jensen, 29 years of age. Fletcher 2, Selman 3, 4 singles so far this over. Dot ball.
Yeah, as I said before, you know, those breakthroughs are critical. I think it has pulled the West Indies back. They could still get up to 180 here, Vernon, but just imagine had Henry and Knight still been in there, they might have gotten up close to 200. But this still represents a good fight back by the West Indies. You can't take anything away from what Henry did. That's 4.
4 wides.
Jensen. Straight down the leg side. The West Indies will welcome that. Selman will be looking to use the long handles.
If she can find one.
Well, at the moment, she's receiving some deliveries that are choking her up, so to speak. Can't really get the space, the room to play the shot, but she gets a single to end the over. And with 1 over to go, the score is 168%. In fact, that's the innings.
That's it.
Earlier on, we got a notification it was going to be a 36 over game.
I found it strange when you were telling me that it was 35 with 36.
Well, it's 35 at the end of 35. Well, they're waiting.
That's it. It's
That's
35, yeah, because the West Indian batters are walking off.
We got an official correspondence early on, which indicated, and let's see. Well, it's 35 overs, 168 for 7, and the SAV. So we got an official document.
Was it from the umpire? I think.
Yeah.
Well, maybe somebody made a blunder because
Someone made a blunder because
we got an official document also from the umpires telling us 35 overs.
Well,
So maybe somebody in their haste wrote a 6 rather than a 5.
we got this from the
So
media manager of the West Indies
that
women's cricket team, Masira Mohammed. So we
Yeah,
went with that.
so it was 35 is
168 for 7. Henry 44 of 34. Knight 36 of 61.
I'll just give you-
McLean 20 of 23. Williams 19 of 28. The bowling for New Zealand: Jonas 2 for 22. Kerr 2 for 29. Rowe 1 for 18. I like the pace of Rowe. And Jensen 1 for 48. Final comment from Vernon Springer before we take a short break to see New Zealand's reply.
Well, 168 for 7, as they would say. Runs on the board is runs on the board. And I think what would have been demonstrated to the West Indies team is that the slower you bowl on this track, the more difficult it is to score. And you would realize that West Indies scored a lot more runs off of the seamers.
Excellent point indeed, Vernon. We take a short break. We'll be right back. Well, welcome back, and a very short break. Remember, because of the delay this morning, we had just a 20-minute break between innings. The West Indies fighting back, a score of 168 for 7 of 35 overs. You would think they could have done better, but that actually represents a fight back. At one stage, they were 74 for 5, but thanks to Henry, who got 44. They were able to come back, as well as Kishona Knight with 36. They were able to fight back. New Zealand came back into their own towards the back end of the innings, and the West Indies were then restricted to 167. Joining me is the former West Indies all-rounder, Stacey Ann King, who has been with us today as our expert commentator. Good afternoon, Stacey. How are you?
Afternoon, Vinod. And kia ora to all New Zealanders who have just probably woken up and found the score between this New Zealand and West Indies women, Steve.
Well, first delivery, a good one there by Cornell. Good pace, good line as well, good length, and just slightly moving away from the right-handed Bates. So, New Zealand, right at the top, you have Bates and of course, the captain Devine.
Yeah, they've been literally the two more experienced and prolific scorers for New Zealand.
Outside the off stump, wide. You think it's wise though, because earlier on you had mentioned that a number of youngsters are breaking into the New Zealand team. They're in a bit of a transition. Do you think that New Zealand being so top heavy, for want of a better word, would benefit them, or do you think that at least the captain Devine should have probably come in at probably 3 or 4?
I think this is something that has worked for them over the years in terms of these two, this opening pair throughout their careers. Susie Bates, she's into her 143rd ODI match. Sophie Devine, 129. So, again, a lot of experience between both. What normally you see happen is one of them choose to bat throughout the innings. Earlier on this year, March, for Women's World Cup, Sophie Devine stood out in certain games, especially against West Indies. She had a top score, 116, I think it was, against West Indies. Sophie Devine scored that. Susie Bates struggled. She only scored 3 runs. But again, they lost that game by 3 runs to West Indies.
Mm-hmm.
And for them, it's a matter of other players stepping up as well. You have young Amelia Kerr. And there's a few debutants, Izzy Gaze, who replaces Katie Martin, the seniority of Katie Martin, and a number of other players like Amy Satterthwaite, who is no longer there, and she was one of their prolific batters. So an opportunity for their younger players, but all that to say that, yes, I think that it's a good idea that they should have just split things up a bit.
Cornell. Oh, that's a good delivery. Just outside the off stump, driving loosely. Susie Bates. Cornell has held her own in this opening over.
Yeah, she's been really good for West Indies, especially up at top, even at Commonwealth Games. Picked up a few early wickets in her opening spells and was able to come back with the new ball as well, with the older ball, and still be penetrative as a bowler. It was really good to see her growing into her own as well.
Very strong approach. So Cornell has started well, and it's important in a game like this, this is a 35 over encounter, that the West Indies start well. You don't want to give New Zealand that opportunity. Any bad deliveries, you can't afford to give them a flying start. You want to keep that scoreboard pressure up. Oh, cut away nicely. Protection down there. The end of a good over, good opening over there by Cornell, and at the end of it, it's 2 without loss.
Yeah, just 2 runs coming off it. Yes, we were talking about new captain Sophie Devine, who was only handed the captaincy last year, in July 2020. 2021 for New Zealand after Amy Satterthwaite took some time off, maternity leave. She's been literally one of the leaders within this New Zealand team. The younger players have looked up to her. She's mentored a number of them. They've played for the same club as well in New Zealand. So it has been an interesting time for her as captain. Sophie Devine, also a former teammate of mine, would have played together for Adelaide Strikers.
I know that you played a lot of cricket down under. You would have rubbed shoulders with a number of them, and it helps because then you can bring the information back when you're in the West Indies setup. So 2 slips, pressure being added. Oh, that's a very wide delivery outside the off stump there by Henry, and it's signaled wide. So Henry rounding up nicely to being one of the top all-rounders here in the region. One all-rounder, one of the top all-rounders is sitting next to me. She's had her fair share out there. Now she's on the other side. Henry, driven uppishly and down to backward point. And lovely effort down there in the end. It still goes for 4. And it was a Ramharak running around. It goes for 4 though. It was in the air, uppish.
Yeah, again, Henry getting that away swing. Not in control, Susie Bates. Just gets lucky. Better effort needed from Karishma Ramharak. She did all the hard yards to cover the ground. Yeah, much better line. This time around from Chanel Henry. She'll have to restrict the arms of these 2 batters. They are very good when it comes to scoring, so they are very good square of the wicket, and they also play reverse sweeps, both Sophie and Susie.
Well, she needs to take the arms away from them, which means that she needs to cramp them for room, and this is exactly what she does on this occasion. Excellent delivery there by Henry.
An interesting feel as well. You mentioned she has 2 slips in. Young Rashada Williams behind the stumps. Natasha McLean, who's also a wicketkeeper batter in the team as a wicketkeeper batter, is at that mid-off region. But I like this feel. Very attacking for Chanel Henry.
Just back of a length. You can see Bates finding the field on the offside. So they just need to keep that pressure up. I don't think Henry would mind that earlier boundary. The fact is it went uppishly just over backward point. So Bates given, I wouldn't say a chance, it was never a chance, but it was in the air. So it seems as if Bates is going to play a few shots, and Skipper Devine might look to hold solid at the other end.
Yeah, their communication is so good. You can just see Susie possibly mentioning or saying to Sophie what Chanel Henry's doing or what the pitch is doing, because they tend to spend a lot of time at the crease and they share information. That's the importance of just being with somebody there that understands and knows your game. Communication is key.
Again, big outswing, starting a bit too wide though, and it's the end of the over. So a searching, probing over there by Henry. She'll want to better her lines in the next over. So at the end of 2, it's 7 without loss. We're still within the power play.
Yeah, and Susie Bates will remember when the last time that both teams met at ICC 50 over World Cup earlier on this year in March, she was run out by Chanel Henry. So that will also be to the back of her mind. Chanel Henry also picked up the wicket of Sophie Devine, who went on to score 108.
Of course, the West Indies coming away winners. The previous 4 games leading up to that clash, New Zealand won it. In fact, they won one of those games by 205 runs. Cornell. Short, pulled away for 4. All she had to do there, Devine, was to beat the short mid-wicket, which she did. There was no one else out there. It's just 2 players on the onside. You have McLean at mid-on and, of course, a mid-wicket. A lone... Is it Afi Fletcher at mid-wicket? Gajnabi.
Yeah, she'll have to just bring that ball further left, more to the offside. She doesn't have a field set for that.
She comes through the offside and it's punched away. Runs here, it would not get to the boundary. And they go back for 2. Seems to be Ram Harak down there.
It seems to have passed Stephanie Taylor in that backward region, point region.
Along the leg side, 2 straight runs here. Williams gives chase, and she's going to pick it up just short of the boundary.
Yeah, just training her line. Shamila Connell. The first over was just 1 run from it. Haley Matthews just having a word with her and possibly wondering if to make any changes to the field. Might be a good option to take one of those slips out and put in a short fine leg. But again, you still allowed 2 players out, and they've only got 1.
One a third man. Short cutaway again. And that wide third man comes into operation. Fletcher down there, all the way from Grenada. It's Cornell. Much better there from Cornell. I think she'll rather leave those singles on the offside than bowling short or 2 straight and allowing them to access the onside.
I think this is where the challenge will come for her, because she's now bowling to Divine, who pulled those 2 balls for 4 previously. Once you miss your length, she will punish you.
Much better on that occasion. So it's the end of the over. At the end of 3, 17 without loss.
Yeah, eyes will be on Haley Matthews. This is her first series as West Indies captain, first home series. She has some senior players around her. Shakira Salmon, Stephanie Taylor.
The captain is at first slip, just controlling things. Obviously, short of mid-on. Well, Devine wanted a single. There was never any there. The pitch will be much better for batting here now in the afternoon, with whatever moisture being there early on, drying out, the ball coming on to the bat. You saw that when Chanel Henry was batting. Now she has the ball in her hands. Angled approach. Again in the air, just over backward point, Taylor.
Creating chances again, Chanel Henry in her second over. First over, one flew over that point region. And again, creating 2 opportunities so far in this over.
Well, Haley Matthews is telling Stephanie Taylor to stay back just on the edge of the circle. True mid-wicket runs here. So this turned out to be a really lovely afternoon for cricket. Not too many people in. One is hoping that as the cricket fans here gets off work, they can come along to support women's cricket. Slashed away for 4. Uppishly again. But the lock is currently with Devine and Bates.
Yeah, given a bit of width once again on the offside, and once she gets width, Sophie Devine, she will play through the off. I think for Chanel Henry and a Haley Matthews perspective, you may need to take one of those slip out. Again, you've got the option of having 2 fielders out in the first power play, which is 7 overs.
Well, your thoughts and your ability as a captain comes into play there, Stacey, and she has done exactly what you suggested. But I don't think that Henry read the plan. This is 2 straight, worked away down to a wide-ish long on. Sorry, a wide-ish long leg, and they're going to come back for 2.
Yeah, not bowling to her field, Chanel Henry, just bowling a bit too straight on that occasion. Yeah, but these are 2 world-class players. You can't lose or miss your length. They will find gaps. You've opted to change the field back to what it was for Susie Bates. 2 slips.
Just short. Well, McLean is claiming the catch.
Look a bit suspect.
Well, that's McLean for you, and she's rolling on the turf. Such a bubbly character, McLean.
It just seemed to have been a bit flat-footed, but was played upishly. And again, this is the 3rd chance created by Chanel Henry.
Well, let's see. Oh, I think she was just having fun. Lovely stop on the volley, though.
I think she's just testing the umpires to just make sure that they're in the game.
The funny thing is that her teammates, they know her so well. I don't think they took her on. It's going to be Connell to continue. Shamila Connell, let's see if she can have a better over. She started well, just a single in her first over, but she went for some runs in her second. Short and just short of mid-on.
Natasha McLean again.
Yeah, the ball is following Natasha McLean.
So other than the chances that have been created that have went over or past a player, these are 2 chances that have now gone quite to hand, 2 catchable chances.
So the West Indies team there are just, the luck is just not with them at the moment. Guided away. Connell just want to come a little straighter. She's probably bowling a 5th stump. She'll want to get it down the corridor of uncertainty, a 4th stump. I haven't seen a slower delivery from her, Stacey. Does she normally have one? Connell. Well, that's too short and dealt with in the appropriate manner. 4 runs.
Yeah, I think for her with her slower delivery, the only problem will be if the batter reads it. I'm not sure if this was her slower delivery, but definitely too short. It was way too short for a player of class as Susie Bates. I think generally she has a few cutters that she bowls and just pulls the finger across the seam, as well as try to bowl it just a bit deeper, hold the ball a bit deeper in that grip. She has a few variations, but again, with the field that she has set, she's got to bowl tighter lines.
Well, Matthews is asking her to keep it outside the off stump. She's now put protection on the cover boundary. This is driven straight down the ground. Runs here. 4.
Chanel Henry gave chase, but ball winning the race in the end. It just seemed to be all over the place a bit, Shamila Connell. And that was a pitched up delivery.
Yeah, she has actually lost the plot from the first over. And I think what her captain probably needs to do now is to see if she can quickly introduce spin. We're well within the power play still, but you never know. We saw the assistance that the spinners got today. Again, just short. The luck is just not with the West Indies. That's 3 now.
You can see Susie Bates standing there and just propping on her bat because she knew that was again another chance that she created that wasn't taken by West Indies.
Well, 3 just dropping short and 2 just over the head.
That point region, a very important region for teams. Have your best players there.
Badly lined, lovely shot for 4. Just picked up and dispatched with disdain. 40 without loss. And if the West Indies continue like this now, New Zealand would not have problems going on to take a lead in this series. Look at it.
Yeah, and at this stage, West Indies were only 19 runs. Matter of fact, after 5, they were 27. So New Zealand clearly ahead of things here.
And you will well remember, after that, things started to slow with the dismissal of the opener, Rashidi Williams.
I think just as in West Indies innings, when New Zealand bowled, pace has been really expensive. And you mentioned that when spin came on, it really pegged things back a bit.
Well, the captain is going to take matters into her own hands. And so she's going to employ spin from the Sandy Roberts end. Thought she should have given 1 more over to Henry.
Yeah, Henry has created 3 opportunities in that last over that she bowled. That could have been at least 1 wicket. So I think she should have continued with her and changed Connell on this end, on the media end.
Good start there from Matthews. So let's see how she goes. Devine has moved on to 19, and Bates prospered in the last over. She's also a 19. Eases away for single, which is just the way that Knight played together with Henry, looking to put pressure on the West Indies team. You think we may see Ram Harak from this end, double spin attack inside the power play?
I'm not sure if she bowls the new ball or how best she controls it, but it might just be a good option. There are some other spin options for them in Stephanie Taylor.
I think she should go for the experience of Taylor, especially if you're a spinner and you want that spinner to control the new ball in the power play.
Yeah, and then one other option of Afi Flechter with her leg breaks.
So not bad so far at all from Matthews.
And then, of course, there's Shakira Salmon, medium pacer, who's very tricky, and she has been exceptional with her bowling throughout the 60 and the women's CPL.
Short but quick. End of the over, 2 runs. And the West Indies looking to peg things back. At the end of 6 is 42 without loss.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what changes will be made here because, as you said, Hayley Matthews didn't have to change Chanel Henry from the player pavilion end. Shamila Connell, who was bowling on the media center end, will be swapped for spin, it seems.
Well, I thought, whilst I was speaking to you during the over about Henry, a thought ran across my mind. I was wondering whether she's going to switch Henry to the Sir Gertley Ambrose end. But that's not going to happen. It's going to be spin, a diet of spin. So let's see how this goes. It's Ram Harak.
Yeah, just into her 15th game, Karishma Ram Harak has 8 wickets, has a best of 2 for 18. Economy rate of 4.40, so still pretty young in her career.
But not bad in terms of the figures so far. She's bowling to 2 world-class players, as Stacey has underlined for us.
And big shoes to fill for her as well. She comes in, normally is a reserved for this West Indies team, but the absence of Anisa Mohammed. She has some
And she's dropped! Unbelievable. That should have been taken. Connell.
Yeah, this is absolutely poor now. This is too many chances have gone a begging, gone grasped.
That should have been taken.
And you have the right fielder, the right height fielder in position, Shamila Connell in short mid-wicket.
Catches win matches, the old adage. West Indies not doing themselves any favors here. That would have been a big boost for the youngster as well. That would have been a big wicket.
Yeah, we were just saying that she has big shoes to fill in Anisa Mohammed not being here, taking some time off away from cricket, a 6-month break, and young Karishma Ram Harak getting that opportunity.
Punched and punched well. They should go back for 2. We see more and more these days players taking breaks from cricket. What do you put down to that? Is it that we're playing too much cricket?
Yeah, I think for Anisa, and I can say for Anisa because she's been around since the age of 14. She's played a lot of cricket, especially during these last couple of years. Very well guided from Sophie Devine. She'll get 2 runs. But yeah, Anisa Mohammed has played in many of these tournaments over the last couple of years. So just with age and injuries, giving, the older you get, the end of 7 overs, 47 without loss. Yes, back to my point. The older you get, the body takes longer to recuperate and to recover from injuries. She struggled at Women's World Cup. She got an injury, a hamstring injury, and decided that she was going to take some time for recovery, but that in itself took way longer than expected. She did feature in the Women's Regional Tournament. Leading up to that, a series was played against Barbados. She did not feature in that. And again, just coming down into women's CPL, she featured and just decided that, mentally, it's been a lot for her. And you find most players doing that of recent. Just take some time, recuperate, and come back again.
come back refreshed and hopefully re-energized. So the West Indies women not doing themselves any favors at all, and that I think is one of the differences between them and New Zealand. You saw New Zealand being very sharp in the field. The only time they looked a little bit fragile was when they were put under pressure. They just crashed down the ground for 4. Length delivery, and the beats went straight down the ground for 4. She's on 25 now. That's a 50 up for New Zealand. The only time that the Kiwis looked a bit fragile in the field was when Henry and Knight put them under pressure.
Yeah, runs are just coming too easily now. They now need another 118 from 75 balls.
Pushed up on the offside, better delivery, just pulling it back a bit. New Zealand require a further 117 from 73 balls.
Yeah, these two have settled. This 52-run opening stand partnership. At the end of 8 overs, 52 without loss.
Well, Matthews just indicated to Cornell that she should move away from that straightish mid-on position, or short mid-wicket if you want to call it, as she went a little wider. So she's removed Cornell from there. Stephanie Taylor, who as we all know is an excellent fielder, she goes into that position, and Natasha McLean is sent all the way down to long on.
Yeah, using 3 fielders out, all 3 on the leg side. And just look at the running from Sophie Devine. She ran one quickly down to the wicketkeeper's end and is always looking for that second run.
She's always switched on. So Ram Harak would have been, she would not have been happy after that first over when that catch was spilled, but she settled into a nice rhythm here quickly. Two spinners looking to lock it down. And as Stacey was saying, cramping, you have to take the arms away from them, and I think Ram Harak has done that.
She has to a point. She just needs to look at the length in which she's bowling, because these two players can clear any boundary. So she'll have to just keep pulling back that length like that.
Good delivery, showing respect on that occasion. Bates, as I said before, that's big for Ram Harak. She's a young player now coming into the system. A duel with these two can only lead for things being better with her. Good over. Very good over there by Ram Harak. She's now about 2 overs for 7 runs. And the West Indies spinners looking to tighten things up the last 2 overs, just 3 runs coming.
Here, when West Indies batted, Amelia Kerr and Fran Jonas, between overs 11 to 21, just 28 runs were scored. And 3 wickets fell within that period as well. So trying to repeat what was done to them, West Indies.
Swung away. This is a chance. The catch taken. And this is what the West Indies wanted. The captain has struck. Devine goes. She, well, of course, being New Zealand captain. So on this occasion, Hayley Matthews winning the battle.
Good catch from Kai Shona Knight in the deep. Couldn't resist. Sophie Devine get that width and able to play into the leg, try to drag it into the leg side. But again, the breeze is also blowing across, so would have held up a bit.
Well, you're quite right in saying that, Stacey, because of the fact that she had to fetch it. She just did not get the power that she would normally impart on those shots. She had to fetch it from way outside the off stump, and this is why Knight was in the game. Could this be a turning point for the West Indies?
Oh, I think they'll need another 2 wickets. They need to see the back of Susie Bates and incoming batter, if it's Amelia Kerr, because she has been exceptional for New Zealand over the period of the last couple of months or so. But again, this is good. Maybe a start of good things to come from West Indies. They've dropped a couple, at least 3 catches they've put down. And Hayley Matthews makes that breakthrough, that important breakthrough for her team.
Then what Matthews needs to do is to keep up the pressure with spin from both ends, at least for now. Young Ram Harak has responded well to the challenge as well. I think it's Kerr who has come in. Yes, it's Amelia Kerr. 1, 2, 3. The 3 big batters in for New Zealand. Bates has lived the charmed life at times. So Matthews keeping it as tight as the economy from that end. Far end.
Yeah, Amelia Kerr has a top score of 232 runs. Not out.
Wow. Hopefully you were not on the bowling side there, Stacey. That would have been a lot of time out there.
No, that was versus Ireland. That's the highest individual score in women's ODIs, and she's the youngest cricketer, male or female, to achieve that. She's just 21.
Wow. So she comes into strike now. Did well with the ball. Grabbed 2 wickets. I think it was 2 for 17. Just playing around that front pad, playing down quietly. Matthews bringing Ramharak just forward of square, immediately with Kerr on strike. She must have spotted something or some sort of information she has on Kerr. These days with technology, you have so much information about the player.
Yeah, you've got all those matchups, you know, which batter doesn't like which bowler. Then, of course, all the career stats over the years, who's gotten who out most times, etc.
And a very good over there by Captain Matthews. And after 10, it's 55 for 1. Stacey, I'm going to leave you in the very good company of your dear friend, Vernon Springer, over the next period.
A good start from New Zealand, 55 for 1 after 10. Another 114 runs required from 150 balls. West Indies, on the other hand, they've created chances, they've created opportunities, but they just haven't taken them. Hayley Matthews getting that important breakthrough. As Karishma Ramhara continues.
Good afternoon. 2 runs neatly tucked away there by Susie Bates. And when you're talking about New Zealand cricket, you're talking about Devine and Bates, some 8,272 runs between them, 1800s, 270 matches before this one. Ramnarak wearing the number 77. It's going to move into ball to Bates, who is 30. Bates is back and cracking that. Down to the boundary for 4.
It's a good shot because she just made room, stepped back a bit just to open up the offside. Good balance, good position, good execution.
Yeah, when you're talking about Bates, she scored some 677 runs against the West Indies with 2 centuries. So tends to fancy the West Indies bowling attack. She's 34. She's back and cracking that again. Thinking about a single, but certainly not on in the end. Hayley Matthews, the skipper, has pulled herself now out of the slip area, made some changes, so there's no slip. There's more or less West Indies bowling to a 5-4 field or more balance. 5 on the leg, 4 on the offside. Trying to keep the pressure up. Bates, before this game, in fact, she celebrated her birthday, Stacey and King, on the 16th. No, I said she did celebrate her birthday on the 16th, turning 35 on this trip. So she'd maybe want to get herself a birthday gift. Back and playing this ball as late as possible down to the third man area. The fielder they had to come around. Can't stop the single. It was interesting to hear her talk about Amelia Kerr and her rise to prominence. Some 21 games before this, 1,240 runs, 232 not out. Wow. That had to be really a sensational innings by the young player. She's not here and still yet to score. So the end of over number 11, New Zealand 62 for 1. They need 107 and 144 balls.
Yeah, Amelia Kerr yet to get off the mark, as you mentioned, and Susie Bates is still there. 35 of 38. She's one of the highest run scorers in women's ODIs between West Indies and New Zealand. Stephanie Taylor holding that top spot with 135 runs. Hayley Matthews with 119. Susie Bates 110. And Sophie Devine 108. So again, a good competition, good matchup between these both teams.
Here is another good delivery here from Hayley Matthews, respected by Bates. And compared to her 12 centuries that she scored so far in ODI, she has 3 against Australia, 2 West Indies, 2 against India, 2 against Pakistan, England, Ireland, and Sri Lanka. That completes her 12 ODI hundreds. She's back and pulling this one. The fielder from mid-wicket looks like Affie Fletcher coming around, and she can't stop the second one. Bates, in the meantime, quickly goes up to 37. Score goes up to 64 for 1. And she looks like she likes to play against Australia. 1,116 runs with 3 centuries. And like I said, 667 runs, 844 against England, 718 against India, and 668 against Pakistan. Well over 5,000 runs, Tracy and King, before this innings here. So she's motoring on.
Yeah, she's quite a classy player.
Former teammate of yours?
Sophie Devine.
Sophie Devine, oh, okay.
Yeah, but Susie Bates is very well decorated.
She is. She's back and playing this one here late. Stephanie Taylor is in a little bit of a problem, but she can't, sort of got wrong-footed in coming around there from backward point area, and in the end I think she couldn't stop the second run. West Indies under the gun here, more or less.
I just wonder if we'll see her bowl Stephanie Taylor, because she's the leading wicket taker in women's ODIs between West Indies and New Zealand. And she has 24 wickets in 17 matches and a best of 4 for 19.
Here is Bates driving. Don't know what you think, but let's see the West Indies have a slip here. Don't you think it is pretty far?
Shakira Salmon in that slip position. Almost like a
fly slip.
A fly slip, because it's not in first. It's just shorter than first slip.
I maybe might have had Taylor maybe in that position. Here is a flick over the short mid-wicket area. Valiant effort there from the fielder coming around that mid-wicket area. I think she might have saved 2 runs.
Shadi Nation.
She's on for someone. So we score at the end of over number 12. Let's look at the save again and see if they would need the third umpire's eye. I think it is all good.
Yeah, brilliant effort.
Brilliant.
And backed up by Shabika Gajnabi.
So, end of over number 12. New Zealand are 69 for 1, Kerr is 4, Bates 38, and Matthews 4 so far, has Costa 1 for 15. She's going to have to be careful because she really is the main engine as to what happens here.
Yeah, similarly, at the same stage, 12 overs, West Indies were 51 for 2. And so New Zealand just ahead. And driven back to Afi Fletcher. Seem to have been driven a bit uppishly as well.
Yeah, it's been nothing, only one stuck so far for the West Indies. They dropped, as you would say, some sitters. You consider that if we get to see the television replay back on that one.
You can just see her flexing that right hand.
Yeah, Fletcher, wide delivery, and gave the batter and Kerr enough room so that you could have been able to just play it down to the third man area.
And again, played uppish. So not fully in control, New Zealand, in these shots that they've been playing. A couple of them have been really just flyers just off. Not in control.
Fletcher guilty of not getting behind the stump there. And these days, the bowlers tend to have some fancy movements where they try to stay on the side to get close by. You're always taught to get around and get back to the stumps. Nation firing one in there from backward point. Fletcher to bowl to Kerr. Kerr is driving beautifully on the offside, gets an easy single. It's just a little bit too easy right now, and the West Indies just need to find a way to be able to just build some pressure. 73 for 1. Fletcher will be looking to be the main stay here. Here's another wide delivery again, being played here late by Susie Bates. Again down to the third man area. Nation will have some running. And can they pick 2 runs up quite easily?
Yeah, I think they just need to take that slip out and put slip in a short third position, because those are 2 balls that have been played uppishly in that region, which is just over slip.
Is Chanel Henry off the field? Driving again. Getting an easy single. Guess I want to get your thoughts at the end of over number 13, Stacey and King, 76 for 1, in terms of the opening spell from Henry and Shamila Connell. Just thought that as fast bowlers, you want to give them as much encouragement as possible, and thought that Haley Matthews had them bowling to a 7-2 field, with both of them bowling in a customer bowling in swingers, so there really was no protection. You accident to bowl wide of the off stump. And
in Haley's defense, Chanel Henry bowls in swingers and in swingers and out swingers at right-handers. So to me, it's not her fault as much, because as bowlers you should know what is happening out there with the conditions, because yeah, you'd be accustomed bowling one thing, but when you go out there you may have to adjust. So if you realize that it's not swinging as you want it to, then it's their right as a bowler to go to the captain and say, Skip, I don't think I want this field, I think I want more protection on the leg side. So it's a team effort. And again, Hayley Matthews into her first series, she'd need whatever help she can get, especially from her senior bowlers.
76 for 1. She continues. She starts her 5th over. And Bates just playing around her pads, but in good control still, to be able to just turn this into the more or less leg slip area. And she's rehearsing that shot. She knows how important it is for her to stay here. West Indies also know that if they pick her up, that it could open the floodgates. She's playing with a nice straight bat back to Hayley Matthews. And she's maybe read the situation to a point to understand that, hey, I'm going to see off Matthews and figure out who else is there to come. She would have played against the West Indies so many times, so she would have seen all these bowlers. Matthews to Bates. Bates is back and just turning this around, looking like it's going to get a couple of runs here again. West Indies just need to be able to find something. I want to get your thoughts. Rashada Williams, she normally keeps?
She's normally a wicketkeeper batter for West Indies, featured for West Indies on a few occasions. Also featured in the women's CPL as a wicketkeeper batter as well. Had some opportunities in the outfield, but pretty tidy.
So far. Hope we're not talking too fast. That one seemed to have just bounced for a little while. Let's hope she didn't get a nick onto it.
Yeah, you just got to wonder the way everyone went up, including the slip.
Yeah, it would have been
Shakira Selman.
Commentator's curse. No, I thought that came straight off of the pad. So that sort of surprised Bates there for a while. She's 45 at this stage. West Indies were 58 for 3, 78 for 1. Matthews into bowl to Bates. Bates is driving beautifully straight down the ground, but there's protection there for the West Indies, and she only gets 1. She goes to 46. In the meantime, the score goes to 79 for 1. Matthews into her 5th over.
Yeah, just 18 runs coming off her 4.5 and 1 wicket. The only wicket to have fallen.
Here is Amelia Kerr on driving down the ground. And the fielder comes off from the Andy Roberts era. Picks it up and just lobs it back to the captain, Hayley Matthews. Over number 14 completed. 21 overs to go. New Zealand are 80 for 1. Bates 46. Kerr is on 7. Matthews 5 has so far cost her 19. And she's picked up the all-important wicket of her counterpart, Sophia Devine.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, a few names absent for West Indies. Normally you would see Charmaine Campbell featured behind the stumps. She's been ruled out due to injury. Kaisia Knight has also been, I believe she has to have surgical leave. Anisa Mohammed would have taken 6 months break from cricket, and while Deandra Dutton would have retired last month.
Still a talking point, and you sometimes look around to realize the importance of a Dutton not in this team, because for 2022, some 12 matches, should have had 434 runs already for the season, so you realize that's going to be a big miss for the West Indies.
But another chance for these young players to take this opportunity. 2 players missing out who are reserves for this West Indies team. Mandy Mangru, 22-year-old, and Kesia Schultz, left-arm orthodox.
Here is Fletcher with building some pressure. 2 dot balls so far to Amelia Kerr. Fletcher is only into her 2nd over. First over cost 7 runs. Hayley Matthews at slip. I don't know how you feel, but just my observation, Stacey-Ann, I even find that the captain, Hayley Matthews, is still a good bit far back, if not first slip. because with this track just being drying out for the day, you want to be able to make sure you give yourself some chance that you can see in terms of what's happening. And it's all well to have a slip, but you have to be in the perfect position, especially, you know, when the catches come. She's now pulled herself out of slip now and gone to the short third man, and that's because Bates
has played 2 uppish balls in that area. So you now force her to change that shot. You now force her to look for runs elsewhere.
Fletcher, more stump to stump, as we would say. She's bowling from the circle, the Ambrose end. Goes past umpire Joel Wilson. In out the ball to Bates. Wide delivery and lucky to get away with that. Is that Ramnarak coming around there?
Yeah.
And stopping the one nicely. So 15 overs bowled. New Zealand are 81 for 1. Bates 46. Kerr is 8. And at this stage, the West Indies was 65 for 3. Fletcher's first 2 overs has cost her 8 runs. Umpire Jacqueline Williams just motoring around and just getting up to her position. Joel Wilson is also maybe a little bit concerned as I went on his walkie-talkie to say, hey, what is happening there? I haven't called for the water carters yet.
Yeah, but you can feel for these New Zealand players. They've just feel 35 overs. And they've got to come out here to bat now. The Caribbean weather is not, the Caribbean conditions is not as they expect. It's not similar to what they've been accustomed to in New Zealand.
Yeah, they've been trying to put in the work here on the easy scale. Stacey and King, and as you said, it takes a long time for you to really get climatized. I guess it'll be vice versa if you're going to New Zealand and you've been there. It's pretty cold.
Yes, it is. Earlier this year, Women's World Cup in New Zealand, the sun was out, but it was a bit of a chilly breeze.
Still chilly. Here is Karishma Ramnarak. Change of ends now. She's now gone from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end to the Sir Andy Roberts end. We say good afternoon to Sir Curtly and Shivnarayan Chandapal, who were on a roll with the Jamaica Tallowers as coaches. It's great to see the legends being involved at some point in time. Hopefully one day I can see Stacey and King with women's CPL team. Maybe 2 years time from now. You just never know. Cramped for room there is Susie Bates. She's upset with herself. When you're wearing a number 23, you got to be a big player. And Susie Bates is a big player. Following the steps of people like Michael Jordan and company, you certainly have to have some pedigree. That one sort of kept on off, but she was able to just trigger movement was important. Right foot came across, defended the stumps and opened the face of her bat more or less with her top hand and just guided it down with soft hands into the short third man area. Taylor can't stop the single. She goes to 47 and the score goes to 83 for 1, went over number 16. Ramnarak with a nice flighted delivery. And Amelia Kerr. It's the first time I've seen her, Stacey and King, and stays very low to the ball. Even when she was driving that one, you could see a low base, trying to get as low as possible. Back. It's not able to find the gap there.
Another one of those young players who has been rewarded for their domestic season. And again, this is both teams, but New Zealand's first of this International Cricket Council Women's Future Tours program. So a new direction for these young players in New Zealand and New Zealand cricket on the whole.
End of over number 16, 83 for 1. Bates 47, Kerr is 10. These two just going about their job quite easily. Not much pressure. West Indies, like they're waiting on something, you know. I think they maybe need to make something happen. Some needs to be a motivator. Something needs to happen. Can the spin turn the trick for them? We don't know. Fletcher. Flighted delivery. And Kerr coming down with a nice straight bat. Top and very low.
I think maybe it's an opportunity to start. And they've looked like they've been too comfortable. They're getting too comfortable. And a good advancement from Amelia Kerr and smacked away for 4 past Natasha McLean.
And the most important thing is that she hit that straight.
Yeah, she did,
Yeah,
and
she
just
wasn't
cleared
going
the inner circle, which now forces a change in field. But again, they've gotten too comfortable. You need to possibly start bringing in some changes. Don't allow them to get comfortable with the bowlers. Maybe bowl them in shorter stints. Shakira Selman has not been featured just yet.
Here's Amelia Kerr back and just playing this down to backward point. Fielder had to come around there. Looks like Kashana Knight. She can't stop the single. In the meantime, the score goes up to 89 for 1. Kerr is 15. Bates, who's on 47, approaching another half century at international level, comes into strike. She's back and playing this one late. Kashana Knight is darting in, but she can't stop the single either. And the West Indies are almost in shambles. And as Stacey and King said, the West Indies batters, the New Zealand batters, they seem to be very comfortable with the bowling attack of Fletcher or Ramnarak. Got to make something happen. Something brilliant has to happen here for the West Indies. Good delivery and squaring up Kerr, but nice straight bat. She was well in line, positioned it well, and Hayley Matthews diving away. Yeah, the short third man era. She's coming back at slip, especially for Kerr. Pretty deep for slip fielder. Here is Kerr just being tickled into the offside. Can't stop that run. And Fletcher's third over comes to an end. Not for 15. And New Zealand are 91 for 1. Bates 48. Kerr is 16. That's the latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium at Northside Ground in Antigua and Barbuda. And I'm alongside Stacey and King, former West Indies player.
Yeah, some of the leading wicket takers in women's ODIs between West Indies and New Zealand. And Stephanie Taylor, as I mentioned, she has 24 wickets from 17 matches, a best of 4 for 19. Anisa Mohammed, who is not featured in this series, she has 19 wickets in 14 matches, 4 for 32, her best. Tremaine Smart, who's no longer with this West Indies in this West Indies setup, but you've got Shakira Selman, who has 10 wickets in 11 matches and a best of 5 for 15. So just to back up my statement of why not ring in some changes. Don't allow this pair to get too comfortable with the spinners presented so far.
Here is Kerr back and punching that past the fielder at cover and down to the boundary for 4. There's no sweep on the offside. Loose delivery, and if you're going to bowl that line, these New Zealand batters, both on their front and back, the weight of balance there. Kerr, execution, beautiful balance there. She went forward and she rocked back, and she paced the outfield. And now Hayley Matthews is deciding to put Shady Nation to sweep on that side.
Yeah, it's just too easy for this pair.
Kerr is 20 down the onside. She changed the line more or less. And the lines have just not been consistent enough. And it's just almost a walk in the park for both now Kerr and Bates in terms of the open spaces being converted here by the New Zealand batters. Here's Kerr just whipping this into the mid-wicket area. The fielder has to come off of the fence in Kashana Knight. She can't stop the single. Kerr goes up to 21. And New Zealand's score goes up to 96 for 1. We're into over number 18. Bates, who's on 48, she comes into strike. Most prolific player for New Zealand. She's again tight in defense. And when I say tight, really tight, because she knows that she's got to start here and she doesn't want to give that away. She want to make sure that the West Indies pay and pay dearly. Again, defending nicely, but looking to go straight, not trying anything fancy. Something that Gajnabi would want to have a model and look at. She's always looking to play the ball up the V. Bates back and just working it onto the leg side area. The mid-wicket fielder, Kashana Knight, is coming around. We'll only get one. In the meantime, Bates goes to 49. Kerr, who's on 21, comes into strike. No, in fact, it's the end of the 18th over. So West Indies looking for some spark. 97 for 1 New Zealand. Ramnarak's 5 overs so far. Scores to 23 runs.
And it seems like Afi Fletcher will continue. We've mentioned Shakira Salman, but there's also Shabika Gajnabi, who had a pretty impressive moment CPL and 60 bowling-wise. So a few other options for Hayley Matthews. But it will be Afi Fletcher to continue.
Here is Bates on driving, but can't beat the big figure, big powerful figure, Shamila Connell. She's pretty close in that position. I think she'll have to be careful. Here is a drive again from Bates. And every now and again, Afi Fletcher looks a little concerned as when the ball comes back to her.
Yeah, I think a couple overs before, she had one driven firmly at her. So still probably a bit tender-handed.
I'll tell you something. Stacey-Ann, in the days of Sir Clive and Sir Viv and those guys, you come on to bowl spin, they'll hit the ball back to you, to your left or to your right, or straight. Wanted to know how good you were. So you had to catch something.
Yeah, well, this has been good from Fletcher.
But they can afford to. Based on what's happening, New Zealand not going to really try and take any risks. The West Indies going to need wickets if they want to win this game. Short ball, she's back and pulling this out to the mid-wicket fielder. 50 for Susie Bates. And she receives a standing ovation here from her teammates. They know how important that half-century is.
Yeah, her 29th
half-century to go along with 12 centuries. She's got 2 centuries against the West Indies. Before this game, she would have scored 667 runs. Amelia Kerr, very much impressed with her, Stacey, and she's back and just punching this out to Taylor.
Yeah, there's no hurry between this pair. They just sit back. They just seem to be comfortable to sit back and wait for mistakes to be made. Wait for shorter balls to be bowled. And just pounce on them at the end of 99 for 1.
99. At this stage, the West Indies were 72 for 4. So as you said, they're really motoring on. And there seems to be no real pressure situation. Matthews having a word with someone. She's still searching around, trying to come up with something.
Just trying to make sure that the right players are in positions. It seems like Shakira Salman is going to that extra cover region.
I wonder if she's okay. She's not running as athletic as you normally see her. Maybe that's why she's maybe not bowled yet, but we'll wait and see. Ken punch straight back up. Rannarak continues. New Zealand needs 70 from 96 balls. Something has to give. The West Indies have to come up with a miracle. Maybe have to bring one fielder from the deep inside to try and create some pressure.
I think from my perspective, I would bring in that fielder, that extra cover, Shakira Salman, bring an extra fielder into the circle, force your bowlers to bowl a straighter line, which means that these 2 right-handers will be hitting into the leg side, which is into the wind. And so you'll force them to make a mistake.
Because in any way, they're going to get 1 run, even with if you still have the sweeper out on the offside. But you want to try something different. Just a little bit more pressure. Good delivery there so far from Ramnarak.
Yeah, and she's been really good bowling stump to stump. When she bowls and gets wide is when runs are scored off her. So she's been bowling well.
And
so create pressure.
And on this track, you have to bowl as straight as possible. We saw what was demonstrated by the New Zealand spinners. Ramnarak. Yeah. Did she drop that one?
Create pressure.
Everybody.
Create pressure, bring that extra feeler in the circle and force them to play across the line. If they want to open up that offside, let them create that room.
5 good deliveries here so far. Let's see if she can complete and end on a good note. Comes quietly forward. So, well bowled. She receives a standing ovation, but you need more than that. New Zealand need 70 from 90 balls. West Indies, they're going to need at least 9 wickets if they want to win this game. We have a water break, as we consider it to be. And as we look back, we realize that Ramnarak 6 overs so far. She's not got a wicket in that column for 23. Bates 50 from 63 deliveries and Kerr 22 from 33. Very impressive in terms of what I'm seeing so far from Kerr.
It is understanding her role, understanding what is required, and pairs up really well. West Indies, on the other hand, it's an uphill task. I think that they probably would have fallen just a couple runs short. But yeah, just look at those New Zealand players. The heat is starting to get to them. Susie Bates, possibly with a cold towel. Usually as a player, you'd have those down in some ice so that you're able to just wring it out and cool yourself down. And this is where things stand at present. West Indies innings, Chanel Henry stood out with her 44 from 34. Kaisia Knight, 36. No, it's all about New Zealand and how they go about things. Susie Bates is not out on 50. Sophie Devine went for 25 or 24 caught Kaishona Knight. Bowl Haley Matthews and Amelia Kerr is there on 22 of 33.
Important period of play taking place here. And the game is positioned nicely. New Zealand would need 70 from 90 balls. Pretty okay. Just to give you an idea in terms of the West Indies scorecard, West Indies 168 for 7. Mushahada Williams caught Green Bowl Jensen for 19. Natasha McLean caught Gaze Boat Rowe for 20. Shabika Gajnabi run out Jensen and Kerr for 13. Stephanie Taylor caught Divine Boat Jonas for 8. Haley Matthews, LBW Jonas for 2. Kashona Knight caught Jonas Bowl Kerr for 36. Chanel Henry, beautiful knock of 44 from 34 deliveries. Caught Halliday Bowl Kerr. And Shakira Selma not out 4. Afi Fletcher not out 2. Shamila Connell and Karishma Ramnarak did not bat. West Indies 168 for 7 of 35 overs. Bowling for New Zealand is a successful wicket takers. Fran Jonas, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 22 runs, 2 wickets. Jessica, 6 overs, no maidens, 29 runs, 2 wickets. Haley Jensen, 7 overs, no maidens, 48 runs, 1 wicket. Hannah Rowe, 4 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, 1 wicket. And Sophie Devine, 2 overs, no maidens, 11 runs, no wickets. Amelia Kerr, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 26 runs, no wickets. And Susie Bates, 2 overs, no maidens, 2 overs, no maidens, 10 runs, no wickets. At the moment, the only wicket to fall so far for New Zealand has been Sophie Devine. She was caught Kashona Knight. Bowl Matthews for 25. Amelia Kerr is not out on 22. And Susie Bates is not out of 50. As I welcome my compatriot and colleague with New Zealand 99 for 1. They need 70 in 90 balls. Welcome back, Vernard.
Thanks a lot, Vernon, for that comprehensive recap. At the moment, it's all in New Zealand. And they'll take nothing short of a a great comeback or a miracle here for the West Indies to get back into this one. 70 to get more balls than runs needed and a lot of wickets in hand, 9 of them. Bates has batted well, 50, with a bit of luck too. But in the main, she has batted well. And of course, Amelia Kerr, we all know about her. Highest ODI score of 232 not out. 21-year-old. Really coming to the party here.
And it's been very steady in this inning so far.
Nice stop there by Cornell. Cornell who put down a chance early on. Afi Fletcher, the leg spinner. Oh, how the West Indies would need her to get a breakthrough. That one a bit too short. And just reading it off the turf, playing off the back foot for a single. So not many people coming out today, Vernon. Hopefully, as the week progresses, they can show up.
Yeah, today's a holiday. You would have thought more people would have been here on the holiday.
Off the edge, and that's the breakthrough that the West Indies wanted. So Yonker looks on as Susie Bates finally departs for 51. So 101 for the loss of 2.
101 for 2. And what happens after a break?
It happens so often.
Bates is very much upset with herself. It was a little wide, and she had to reach for it. And splice toss at the edge.
She was not in control, and Afi Fletcher baited Susie in playing that shot.
And she knew that from the time it left her bat. She realized that she really wasn't to the pitch of it, and she would be very, very, very much upset with herself. It gives her a couple of other players in the New Zealand team an opportunity to come out and see what they have to work.
Well, the West Indies would not be thinking along those lines. They'll be looking to push further. The next big bat in this lineup, Kerr, is on 23. If they could remove her now, they can probably look to fight back.
Yeah, she looks very much concerned. But out comes, I think we're going to see in terms of what's happening. Looks like Maddie Green has played some 29 matches. 29 matches, 945 runs, so high score of 122. So New Zealand very much organized here, Vinod.
Fletcher will have other ideas. Off the mark is Green.
With a misfield by Kashana Knight.
West Indies, they've been less than impressive on the field when they're fielding.
Lucky to get away with that one,
Over comes an end, and at the end of 21, it's 102 for 2.
102 for 2. You, as a coach, as a commentator, as a player, you always have to restart, refocus after a water break, and you see wickets either, you lose wickets either before, you lose wickets either after. It always happens. And New Zealand losing Susie Bates at a critical time. 67 needed, when out of 84. Would you put your money on if you were betting?
Well, at this point in time, the going is with New Zealand. They have the momentum, and they're in a very good position. Claire's in there, and she's well set on 23. So one would fancy the Kiwis at this point in time, but Ram Harak has bowled well, and she'll be looking to just get that breakthrough again. The West Indies can only play what is in front of them, so you can't think too far down. Just look to remove one of those and just keep working away. Put New Zealand under some pressure. After the opening stand that the Kiwis had, they were never under pressure. One turning in to the right-handed green, but I keep saying it's slow turn, so it's easily negotiable.
Yeah, I think this is the best batting of the track so far.
Yeah. The moisture is obviously gone. Too short and wide. So Ramharak in a 7th over, none for 24, one for 25. Hasn't done badly.
Just need a wicket or two to complement that.
Yeah, she was a bit unlucky early on when Susie Bates was dropped by Cornell. Well, on that occasion, Ramharak got the ball to drift. The wind is coming from the left, so she actually got that one to drift in the air. So that is something now for Green to take into consideration. Bowling nicely to her field. Off spinner from Trinidad and Tobago, Karishma Ramharak. It's two straight. Worked away around the corner. They're looking for two. Green wants two. It's not there.
Just feel like Kerr was ball watching.
So it's the end of the over. I don't think Cornell will be happy with you because I was actually Chanel Henry. So Cornell may be looking for you at the end of the day's play.
So 64 from 78, and you don't want to bring it down to a runner ball. It's almost like a walk in the park. So I think West Indies have to continue to still build the pressure, and then building the pressure, after one comes two. So you're hoping that you can get one more, especially it could be Amelia Kerr or it could be Maddie Green.
I think what the West Indies would need to do here at this point in time is to just keep taking wickets. When you take wickets, you can retard the momentum, and obviously there'll be a situation where these guys would have to continue to rebuild, so they would not be able to just attack and get those runs easily. They've gotten to where they are at this point in time because of that good start. Green though has looked good since coming in.
Yeah, she certainly has. Hayley Matthews continuing with the pressure situation for Green to stay at slip. She now removes herself from slip and goes to a short third man for Amelia Kerr, who's 24 from 37. West Indies have to be patient in terms of their lengths, Vinod, and bowl a lot more straighter, because the New Zealand batters, as soon as you're offline, they pounce on it. At the turn.
A generous turn is on offer out there. Nice pleasant drive up to Henry. Fletcher hasn't done badly as well.
It's been a good spell. It's been a good control spell. Been a good spell, and to support it, she's got a wicket, but she needs maybe more than one. She needs 2, 3.
It's teasing Green, tossing it up. Green, knowing that there's no need to do anything silly, just comes forward. So
this is what you're talking about, Vinod, in terms of reading the scoreboard, as they said. They understand that Fletcher and Ramnarak are the two bowlers who are on top at the meantime, so they are willing and contented to respect them because they know that the West Indians have more seamers that they will try to bring back into the attack.
Well, they have to do that now, and Cornell is coming back because Ramnarak has bowled out. So Cornell is coming from the far end, and let's hope that she can have a better control. After a good first over where she gave just one run, she was then taken around the park after that to the tune of 25 runs. So she actually conceded 24 in 2.
Yeah, she was just too short. And I don't think her field setting to the 7-2 field was much of her liking also.
Now, there's a situation where with this track assisting those who are taking pace off and the spinners obviously, I thought that Matthews could have gone for Stephanie Taylor as an added spin option before going back to Cornell.
Don't know if Taylor is in that sort of mood to bowl. I haven't seen a bowl for a while, because even in the CPL games, she really did not go down that road. So don't know if she's maybe carrying. She might be just recovering back from her injury also, rehab. So all those things could be taken into consideration why she maybe has not bowled yet. West Indies team needs somebody with a golden arm. Here's where DeAndre Dottin is missing.
Yeah, I think the West Indies, they've missed Dottin coming in that middle order. Of course, a bowling as well, and a exuberance in the field. But she has decided to call it a day. So here's Cornell. Short, not really threatening. Just stood up and Kerr, very aware that there's a deep backward square and deep mid wicket in position. Ensure that you got over that to play it on the ground.
I think Cornell is going to have to bowl a lot more cutters this afternoon, Vinod, especially on this track with the overcast conditions here.
Slow delivery. CC King spoke about that slow delivery, so she's actually showing us that she has that.
And she's got a very, 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 very good Yorker, something which I find that she doesn't bowl consistently enough with armory. But I saw her earlier this year against Pakistan, and she got the ball late to Indok.
Very good delivery. So a good comeback over there by Cornell after going for 24 of 2. Single in the third.
Three singles?
Well, yeah, just 28 runs. She had none for 25 of 2. So after 24, it's 110 for 2.
So still ahead, New Zealand, 59 from 66, and you don't want to bring it down to almost a runner ball. And Amelia Kerr, so far, it's the first time that I'm seeing her, Vinod, and I really like the control of her. One thing, her base, she stays very, very, very low to the ball, especially facing the spinners. And always looks to play up the V, with a nice straight bat. She doesn't try to go across the line.
Well, she's a short batter, and when she stays low, also gives her the opportunity to get under some of those deliveries to dispatch. Something she would have done very efficiently against Ireland in that unbeaten double 100. This one holds its own. Now Fletcher has the googly. I've seen it before.
And you realize Maddie Green just came down and maybe just said to Kerr, listen, this is her final over. Don't do anything daft.
Short. Lucky to get away with that, yeah, Fletcher.
I think the slowness of the delivery didn't rush on that she could really get to extend her arms.
Oh, this is a rank long hop. Pulled the weight down to deep mid wicket, and it's protection down there, just one.
Maddie Green sort of hesitating in her running, Vinod. Don't know if you picked that up.
Well, I could have pushed for two.
I thought so. The size of the boundaries here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
It's a full toss. Green hits this away into the boundary for four at a wide-ish long on.
So maybe that's why she didn't run.
Probably she wanted to hit a four. So Fletcher ends. A good spell though. 1 for 27 of her 7 overs. And at the end of 25, winner, it's 115 for 2. Joining you for the next period will be the former West Indies all-rounder Stacey Ann King.
And the lady in the ambulance, she has to be careful. She can't turn her back here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. We're playing a cricket game. 54 from 60. Wow. It's good. Go right down. We're talking about 5:18 here in Antigua and Barbuda. And we have another 10 overs to go, Stacey Ann. And the big Connell is back. And lucky to get away with that one. Almost says she started with a wide, but it was just within the area of the blue line. Jacqueline Williams had a look. So we're going to get down now to some action. 54 from 59. 115 for 2.
Yeah, and just 5 bowlers used by Hayley Matthews. And Shamila Connell, who's on at present. Chanel Henry, who's only bowled 2 overs for 15 runs. Hayley Matthews herself, who has bowled 5 overs for 19, picked up 1 wicket. And Karishma Ramharak, who's bowled 7 overs for 26 runs. Matthew Fletcher, who's bowled 7 for 27 and picked up 1 wicket. I wonder when, or if she has any thoughts of bringing Stephanie Taylor, Shakira Selman. She still has some options, and Shabika Gajnabi, she still has some options.
It's $1 million question still to be answered. So far, Connell has looked impressive. No runs off this over here yet, so far. So she's bowled 4 dot balls. Not for 28. New Zealand need 54 from 56. Can she end strong? Shamila Connell. She's looked good so far with the old ball. Connell into Kerr. Back getting a wide delivery, steering it down to the third man area. And getting an easy single.
Yeah, that's all it takes. It's no worries really for this pair. They need 53 from 55, so they just need West Indies to make those mistakes. Just happy to sit back, open your face, guide it down for a single, push into gaps, run hard.
Here is a clip by Maddie Green just past the fielder short mid-wicket. Looks like a Shauna Knight in the air, and the mid-wicket fielder coming around. 2 runs out of that over, out of Connell's over. So Connell so far, 5 overs, no maidens, 30 runs. New Zealand 117 for 2, 26 overs bowled, 9 overs to go. Kerr 29, Green 10, and New Zealand need 52 from 54.
Yeah, they've created chances, West Indies, but just weren't able to hold on. But again, take nothing away from caliber batting display from this New Zealand team.
So who we have coming now? Is it finally Selman? Yes. So it's Selman.
Shakira Selman.
Yes, she will come into the attack. Shakira Selman has been around the West Indies setup for some time. And when you look around at her stats, just break for a little while, 33 matches. To match that, she's got 76 wickets. Selman playing in her 34th game. It's her first bowl for today. New Zealand needs 52 from 54 in Conditions which would maybe be favorable for the West Indies. She's from the circle, Amber's end. Short delivery, start with a wide. And umpire Joel Wilson will get his hands out. And he turns and the light goes on to acknowledge that it is a wide. So Selman starts with a wide. New Zealand won 18 for 2. Here comes Selman wearing the number 4. Starts from the circuit, the Amber's end. She comes in now. Pitched up. Driven. Getting an easy single. And there's a little hesitation there. Somebody indicating to Henry, maybe you should have gone to the non-strikers end. She's saying, no, I decided to go to the strikers.
Yeah, but this is something we've seen with this West Indies team. They've been pretty flat-footed. Natasha McLean, those 2 chances was on the circle, on the 30-yard, the 25-yard ring, didn't get off in time. Chanel Henry, if she was walking in at that time, could have opted to throw at the bowler's end, which is where the non-striker was coming to.
Here is a glide down to the third man area. Will it have the legs to go into the boundary? Big save there. And I think she might have saved 2 runs.
Kaishona Knight and Ashley Fletcher. Good chasing in pairs.
Teaming up there. Let's look at it on the television replay. Good teamwork. Kaishona Knight getting in that dive was beautiful. Your fielding coach would enjoy that. Kerr 31, Selman. The ball to Kerr, slow delivery. She just clipped that to the short midfielder. And Shamela Connell, who is in that area for most of the period of time on the field so far, just lobs it to her teammate. They need 48 from 51. New Zealand, 121 for 2. Selman from the circuit, Leambra's end. Driven straight back at her. Can't score. And so the end of over. No, we got 1 more delivery. In fact, it should be 2 more deliveries because she bowled a wide. Joel Wilson just indicating to Selman, please don't get into the danger area. .25 in the afternoon here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. 4:25 in Jamaica.
Just using her variations, Shakira Salmon. She's really worked hard on her fitness and worked hard on those variations. Usually, she's been a new ball bowler for West Indies, but she had struggled in previous times to come back with that old ball, but she's done really well over these last couple months. And just to work on those variations in this area of the game.
Big shot. Driven over Henry. 1 bounce down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, fearless from Amelia Kerr. She moves on to 35, but good use of the feet as well.
I can't help but really support you. Stacey and King in talking about New Zealand batters being in control and not really put under any pressure. Maddie Green backs herself to figure out that if it comes down to the wire that she can get a boundary or 2 and put the pressure back on the West Indies as demonstrated by Amelia Kerr there by picking up a boundary.
Well, they've had a pretty perfect foundation set from Susie Bates and Sophie Devine, that opening partnership 54-55, and then Sophie Devine got out, but Susie Bates and Amelia could put on another partnership of 47 from 69. So they've been batting in partnerships and it's literally been set. The foundation has been set for this New Zealand team.
Connell continues. She's bowled well so far with this old ball. Certainly has. And when you look at her figures, you'll be very much impressed. She's into a 6th over. And her first 3 cost 25. And since she's come back, the other 3, So far, in fact, going into her third over, she's been only able to concede 5 runs off the last 2. So not a bad comeback at all for Connell. Goes past umpire Jacqueline Williams and forcing Maddie Green to just defend. And the score remains on 125 for 2. 125 for 2. New Zealand need 44 from 46 balls. The fans here bellowing on and giving the West Indies women their support. They feel that a miracle needs to happen and happen fast. Here is steering this one past Rashada Williams down to the boundary for 4. She was flying away. It would have maybe taken a Jeffrey Dujon dive for that to stick. It didn't. It went wide of her right hand and down to the third man boundary for 4. A boundary to New Zealand. Put them more ahead.
Fortuitous from Maddie Green. It's living on the edge. Rashada Williams didn't quite read that. A dive in despair. But again, just chipping away from that 40 runs needed.
Another single down to the third man area. New Zealand in the meantime move up to 130 for 2. Maddie Green continues her merry way here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. She goes to 16 and brings the accomplished Amelia Kerr. I'm very much impressed with. She's sort of playing an innings like a Shauna Knight. Very, very, very effective. Gets a wide delivery. That one sort of kept low. Good take by Rashada Williams.
I think they just need to be a bit more attacking at this stage in West Indies. It's only 39 needed from 43 balls.
Connell. Bang on target. And Kerr just contented to just come quietly forward. They've got the boundary that they needed out of the over. Over number 28 is completed. They need 39 from 42.
Yeah, they need to attack. So Hayley Matthews might just think about bringing spin on. Or if she persists with pace, might just want her wicketkeeper to be up at the stumps. Just to restrict Maddie Green from advancing to score. They've got to do something here, West Indies. They've got to keep the pressure on or try to get a quick wicket or 2 within this period to just kind of switch momentum. Because if you leave it up to this pair, this partnership is already building. It's already growing in confidence. Only 39 needed from 42.
I think it is important that Kerr and Green take New Zealand home. It's also very important that Hayley Matthews pick up a wicket or 2 here, which could maybe just open the floodgates. Matthews to Maddie Green, start, stop, a cat and mouse game. Umpire Joel Wilson saying, come on, we have to get in these overs. Matthews acknowledges. Here is an open face being stared down to the third man area, and they hustle to come back. Maddie Green for 2. Kashwana Knight has had a lot of work to do today in the field and while she was batting.
Yeah, she definitely does. Yeah, she scored 36 from 61, and so far she's taken those 2 catches, that of Susie Bates and Sophie Devine. That backward point region, that position is a very important position, and that's a wicket. Got her.
Good catch there by Stephanie Taylor in the short mid-wicket area. And Maddie Green would be very much upset with herself because she took that from just about outside the line of the off stump. Let's look at the replay.
And almost dragged it into that mid-wicket region, similar to Sophie Devine's dismissal.
Yes.
Stephanie Taylor will not make a mistake. It's a good catch in that mid-wicket region. And Maddie Green goes for 18 from 24. New Zealand 132 for 3.
So they're making a game of this so far. And out comes Lauren Down. Lauren Down is someone who would have played some 22 matches. No, in fact, 22 matches so far. Age 27, 352 runs with a highest score of 90. So New Zealand more or less organizing themselves here. And every time somebody comes in, they almost have to take some time to start all over again. But the good thing about it is that Amelia Kerr is still there on 35.
Yeah, good for West Indies that they keep making inroads here, keep trying to pull things back, allow the new batter to be on strike more. From a New Zealand perspective, they'll want Amelia Kerr to get back on strike as soon as possible. She's on 35 from 57. You'll hope that this partnership does not take too many balls to get going.
And then if Joel Wilson will be asking for the lights to be turned on here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, maybe not, we don't know. Still good light.
And Lauren Dong, as you mentioned, 27 years of age, regarded as one of the best fielders in New Zealand in that cover point region. Had a very strong domestic season. She withdrew from Commonwealth Games to prioritize her well-being after she missed out in the ICC 50 over World Cup due to injury. She had a right thumb injury when they played against India.
And straight away, just one slicing off the outside edge and flying down to the third man area, because Shauna Knight was like a Usain Bolt sprinting at it, but couldn't stop it and almost crashed into the CG United signboard. But a big effort to the point that the skipper had to applaud her for that effort. So Down is off the mark with a boundary, and every now and again, Stacey Ann, New Zealand continue to just sneak away and get a boundary. When it looks as if West Indies, putting a little pressure on them to just release that tension.
Yeah, releasing that pressure and just continuing to score. 33 needed from 38. Under wicket. Matthews gets another. Lauren Dong has to go. Caught Karishma Ramharak in that short region, short square region.
Is there a turning point to this game still? There are normally close games with New Zealand and the West Indies. So don't move your dial, don't move your television set, because they've been always close games with New Zealand and the West Indies. And if we maybe were to follow from the last time they were on tour here, 2014. Yes, you would know 2014 in the West Indies. West Indies won by 5 wickets, they won by 65 runs, they won by 8 wickets, they won by 4 runs. And then in the World Cup, New Zealand won by 84 runs. And then in 2018, New Zealand won by 1 run. And there was a series in New Zealand. New Zealand won by 8 wickets, and New Zealand won by 205 runs. That was the last series played in New Zealand. New Zealand won 3-0. And like I said to you, in the World Cup 2022, West Indies won by 3 runs. So there's always a close encounter, West Indies, New Zealand women series.
Yeah, and that was the first game of that women's 50 over World Cup, and boy, oh boy, was it a thriller. It came down to Deandra Dutton having to take the ball, who was not supposed to bowl because she was still under medical leave for that shoulder. Said, give me the ball.
Just give me.
And 2 runs, 2 wickets.
Yeah.
West Indies women saw themselves to a victory over New Zealand.
Well, there's no dot in here today, so it means that Connell, Henry, Selman, could be Taylor will maybe have to step up. This game is getting a little bit more closer than one expects it to be. At one point in time, it almost looked like a coast in the park for New Zealand, but they need 33 from 36, and if the bookies are going to bet, let's wait and see what's going to be happening. Umpires are having a discussion, but the light is good.
Yeah,
6 overs to go.
Yeah, they've opted to send Hallie Jensen,
who can hit a long ball.
Yeah, she can, and we saw that in the women's CPL on 60. Maybe just that familiarity being the reason to make that decision to send her.
She can hit a long ball. So let's see what's going to happen. She's not facing, she's on north, and Kerr is on strike. That one going past Amelia Kerr's bat. Good take by Rashada Williams behind the stumps. All of a sudden, the West Indies feel like they're in this game.
Yeah, you can actually hear them. You can hear the support. You can hear them very chirpy now. I should have had this couple overs back.
Never too late. Wide delivery. Connell just trying a little bit too hard. Trying for the extra pace there, going wider and wider. I think what they would want to execute here is to get Jensen on strike, or maybe just for Connell to end strong. Not for 36 here so far, Shamila Connell. 137 for 4. They need 32 from 35. Connell in, bungs away, bows to Kerr back. I'm trying to beat Stephanie Taylor at backward point. Straight to her. So no runs. Connell is warming to the task. She's getting back. In fact, the West Indies know they have to get in these overs. I think that's why the urgency is around. Did they leave it too late? We'll find out. Here is Kerr slashing that wide. She's going to come back for 2. And yes, she gets 2 quite easily. There's a Selman down on the sweeper boundary coming around. And she would say that she would have to say she saved 2 runs there exactly.
It was a good shot from Amelia Kerr. Just opened the face and got past Stephanie Taylor at point. So Selman, who is in cover, had to cover a lot of grounds.
Had to come to her left, almost like she was coming around a bend for the 200-meter turn.
Yeah, Connell needs to bowl straighter.
Wide again, and the pressure mounting here on Connell. And as you heard from Stacey and King, she just needs to just relax herself. In fact, Kerr is not a big hitter, so if she bowls straight, it would be a lot more easy for her. If it was a Maddie Green, then I can understand you trying to bowl down that line. But she just needs to just change, you know, just cut it down a little bit and just bowl a little bit more straight. If she get a single, she get a single. But if you're bowling that wide, then you're opening your chance that she could be able to get an edge, and it flies down to third man and it goes wide of Taylor.
Yeah, she's now opted to send her short hind leg all the way back. So maybe an opportunity to bowl, or thinking to bowl the Yorker length deliveries. Not again.
Wide down the leg side. So she's lost the radar, and just needs to relax herself. Just bowl as straight as possible.
Stephanie Taylor now goes to Hayley Matthews just to have a discussion. Again, a number of senior players, an ex-captain, Stephanie Taylor, just probably giving her piece on what possibly can work at this point. And Connell still has 3 balls in this over. Yeah, I think using pace at this point might just be exactly what New Zealand needs. Connell has bowled into her 7th over. She's already had 41 runs scored off her. You might just need to use those pace options. She still has Karishma Ramharak, who has 3 overs. She's bowled 7 for 26. Afi Fletcher, who was bowled 7 for 27. And herself, Hayley Matthews, who was only bowled 6 for 25 and picked up 3 wickets. It's only 35 overs.
Here is Jensen getting her first run as she stays this down to third man. You know, I'm going to take a little gamble with you, Stacey and King. I would have brought up the third man right inside in the 30-yard circle, especially when Jensen was on strike, to cut that single out, because she's right back and she just was able to just open the face of the bat and glide that one around. Had she been inside the circle, it would have been no runs. That rushed on to Amelia Kerr, that's a big effort. So Shamila Connell's spell comes to an end. 7 overs, not for 42. A little bit unlucky today. Could have had some wickets in that column, but that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. New Zealand need 26 from 30. They're 143 for 4, and this game could go either way, as Hayley Matthews will look to start and hopefully get a couple of wickets in this over, or even just build pressure.
She's already picked up 3 wickets. She's picked up that of Sophie Devine, Maddie Green, and Lauren Dong. I think it's the right option to use spin, take pace off. Wicketkeeper is right up as well. Just create more chances. Yeah, and in that, you can now create more dot balls and more pressure on this pair. Force a big shot, force them to clear the boundaries.
So you got 3 fielders on the leg side. You got a long on, a mid wicket, and a deep backward square. Everyone else inside the 30 yards, inside the circle. And Matthews was into a 7th over, 3 for 25. Know that it is important to build the pressure on Jensen, who has just come in.
Yeah, 2 dot balls. So fine, however, she's bowling really tight. She's bowling wicket to wicket, not giving any room. So the new batter Jensen will have to make the mistake. She'll have to try and improvise.
Peeled for a leg before there, but that one seemed to be going down. And now Amelia Kerr comes up and says, "What are you doing? You don't need to try anything. Just respect her. This is her final over. Let's put the pressure back on the West Indies. 26 from 27. It's getting dicey here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium at North Sound Ground. This one can go right down to the wire. Who will hold their nerves is the big question. Matthews in out the bow to Jensen. Jensen gets an inside edge. Ooh, Chinese cut, as he would call it, and is darting his way going down to the fine leg area. They're thinking about 3. No, they get 2 runs. And anything could have happened there. Could have gone on to hit the stumps. And Rashada Williams was jumping like, oh, couldn't that just graze the stumps? They get 2 runs in the meantime. Jensen, she goes to 3, curl 38. Matthews, 3 for 27. She's into her 7th over, 6.4 overs, 3 for 27. The West Indies captain. She's in now to bow to Jensen. Jensen is going across the line, and the pressure building here.
Yes, it is. You can almost tell like something has got to give. Something will happen. It's a big swing and a miss from Hayley Jensen, but what would have happened if she had connected?
Might have maybe just spooned out into the air. We never know. She goes wide and she just slaps it down the ground. Get a single. Hayley Matthews' spell comes to an end. And let's see if she's got a trick card up her sleeve. Who she's looking for.
Well, she has Shakira Selman, who has only bowled 1 over for 8 runs. She has Chanel Henry, who has bowled 2 for 15. And she has Shamila Connell. Well, Shamila Connell has bowled out. But she also has Stephanie Taylor, who we have not seen featured. I think the option will be between Stephanie Taylor or Chanel Henry. Yeah, conversations from those 3 senior players. From a New Zealand perspective, Hayley Jensen is 4 of 8 and Amelia Kerr is 38 of 62. So another 23 needed of 24. And 31 overs gone. New Zealand 146 for 4. So just 4 overs remaining. It seems like Chanel Henry Will bowl from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Four fielders out for her. A deep cover, deep mid wicket, mid on and mid off. Long on and long off.
Punch down the ground, just into the short mid wicket area. Stays in and they get a single. So the pressure, you can't say that Tantimur is close to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, but she's maybe just reached by the police ground here in Antigua. And let's see what's going to be happening. Henry. Big shot, big shot, big shot. Won't have the legs to get a boundary, but Kerr is really using her experience here.
Yeah, found that gap. Again, Shabika Gajnabi in that long on position had to run across to her left. So a good gap finding from Amelia Kerr, who moves on to 40.
20 from 22. Big shot again, big shot again. Somebody can come up with a screamer. No, she gets away with this. And that's simply because the boundaries are so huge here for this game. That is just amazing. 150 up for New Zealand. 150 up, 160 minutes in 31.3 overs. Kerr goes up to 41, Jensen is 5. They need 19 from 21 balls. Henry into bow to Jensen. Jensen misses. Pressure building here.
Yeah, but it's a good idea from Jensen. Just try to back away. Know that short third man is in the ring. So again, anything splices off a bat, any bat gets a tall on ball, it can't run away.
Here is Jensen clipping this one out. Wicket to the West Indies. Wicket to the West Indies. Jensen goes, but Amelia Kerr is still there.
Yeah, Kaishona Knight taking another catch, her third of this game in that deep mid-wicket region. Again, another player trying to swing a ball that is on the off into the leg, not taking heed of that wind that is blowing across the ground.
Even though it's a little wind right now, it's still there, but still a huge boundary to go across for Jensen.
Yeah. She goes for 5 off 11. New Zealand 150 for 5.
19 from 19. So, who will bowl the final 3 overs? That's the big $1 million question that is still being asked. We're in St. John's, Antigua and Barbuda. The time here is 5:50, 4:50 in Jamaica. 150 for 5. Who will buckle under the pressure? Henry. Inside out, down to the boundary for 4. That's what you were talking about. Halliday gets a boundary. That's what you were saying. Stacey and King, you can't give a wit. If you get wit, you can get under it. And every now and again, New Zealand always sneak ahead. They just get a boundary. They find a boundary in that over after being in control of the game, West Indies.
Yeah, just to bring things back.
In fact, it was Kerr who got that boundary.
Just Kerr, yeah.
Yes.
Amelia Kerr, sorry.
Amelia Kerr. Folks, for the man of the match moving around. It's going to be a long, as we would say, can we say it's a long night? Long evening. 154 for 5. Kerr's batted beautifully. 45 from 65. And she stands between the West Indies winning and New Zealand winning and West Indies losing this game. Amelia Kerr. So let's see what the tactic is going to be. Who is coming back now? Selman is going to come back. Henry, 1 for 23 from her 3. New Zealand needs 15 from 18 balls. I'll tell you something. Halliday is in strike. I would have brought up the long on and the long off right inside the boundary. Put some pressure right back on her.
Yeah, you need to put pressure on her. You need to.
Really completely done that. I don't think she could be. But let's wait and see.
Yeah, just too easy.
And she's off the mark, because I'm saying you got to be thinking about building that pressure on Halliday, who's just come in. I mean, if we follow by Halliday's stats, she's played some 26 games, Brookie Halliday for New Zealand, 356 runs, a high score of 60. So, very much an accomplished player. Now brings Amelia Kerr into strike. New Zealand need 14 from 17. Discussions taking place with Selman and Hayley Matthews. What she wants. I would have. They've confirmed now to move Hayley Matthews and have Hayley Matthews go right to the deep mid-wicket area, deep backward square, and a long on, and a short fine leg. Pretty interesting. Let's see what Selman is going to come up with. Can they get a single? She's got a hit. No, she doesn't.
It's good running.
Very good running.
Between this pair. And Stephanie Taylor, the fielder, needed a direct hit.
13 from 16, 156.
Yeah, she was home anyway.
Good awareness, game awareness as we would call it. 156 for 5. Kerr 46. Halliday is 1. Dot ball. The pressure building here. It's going to be very, very, very important. The Halliday is saying that they want to have a discussion. Or I think she was either indicating, I thought she was saying that she couldn't, somebody was blocking her, but it maybe was not that. Umpire is looking around. He's trying to, Joel Wilson is trying to find out what is happening. What is she saying? Okay, umpires are going to have maybe questioning the light. Or no? There's a discussion taking place, but I think Halliday maybe a little bit of nerves maybe just creeping in. New Zealand need 13 from 15. Cramped up a room. Somebody could be in trouble if Taylor. No, she gets home again. So
it would have been difficult if she had thrown because Salmon in her follow through after bowling would have taken her away from the stumps.
Yes. 12 from 14. Halliday's 2. Kerr comes back into strike. 46. This will go right down to the wire. $157 for 5. Full toss. Clipped away into the leg side area. Lucky to get away with that. And she only got 1.
Yeah, West Indies with one of their most senior bowlers, Shakira Salmon. Can she do it? Can she get that breakthrough that they need at this point? 11 runs needed from 13 balls. Another close encounter between these two teams.
McLean caught napping again. Caught on her heels. Can't stop the single. And the pressure continues here. Over number 33 completed. Selman's 2 overs so far, not for 13.
And as you mentioned earlier on, 20 overall they've met 20 times prior, West Indies and New Zealand. In the West Indies, they've met 8 times. West Indies lead in terms of victories in the West Indies. New Zealand last series here would have been in 2014. They lost 4-0.
Now, have they awarded the light?
There's some discussions happening. Umpire Joel Wilson is walking towards the Sir Andy Robertson, which is the players' pavilion. Not sure what's happening, but it seems that West Indies players are making their way off. They're shaking hands with the umpires. So did they award lights? Did New Zealand appeal for lights?
I'm still trying to figure it.
Yeah, we are lost.
we are lost. All I know, I see that hands are... In fact, hold on. The coach for New Zealand team is coming out onto the field.
Yeah, because another 10 runs is needed in 12 balls. It's just 2 overs to go.
So the logbook is coming out. And so a discussion is going to take place now. In the meantime, the West Indies are in mid-pitch. The stumps have not been taken. Well, apparently the umpires are in control of the game.
What is the end time? What is the end time of the paper that they give us?
Well, it's 5:58.
I don't know what the paper is.
Well, that would be interesting.
Because the umpires did give us did they give us a paper? Yeah, still discussions. And so we just wonder if the cutoff time has been reached. And so initially, they've given us a match end time of 17:56. It's now 17:59, which is possibly why the decision has been made by the umpires. And this document was given to both teams and officials and to us, the commentators, at the start of the game. So
West Indies win by 1 run under the Duckworth Lewis.
yeah, it just never seems to end between these two teams. It's always an excitement. It's always an exciting finish.
Yeah, well, let's wait and see in terms of what's happening. Did we get a printout of the Duckworth Lewis method? I think those guys would have it there. So if we maybe can, it's on the scoreboard. It's 160.
And New Zealand are 159.
Ooh. Wow.
They'll be thinking so close yet so far. 10 runs needed from 12 balls. The time is up. The match was supposed to end at 17:56. It is now 18:01.
Interesting.
So both teams shake hands at present. New Zealand on one side will probably be very disappointed.
They'll be more than disappointed, especially in the last over. Don't know what's happening. So, on the scorecard, if we're following by the whole mechanism of what is happening here, under the revised target, we would have seen that West Indies, New Zealand would have maybe needed 160. On our end here, they would have needed 10 runs from 12 balls, and it would be pretty interesting. 159 for 5, and as we said on the scoreboard, which we being read to us, West Indies would have at least won by 1 run. But we're not declaring that version of it yet. I'd like to get someone. There's a youngster over there who I think deals with the Duckworth Lewis scoreboard. He maybe might be in a better position to be able to explain to us the final findings here of this game. But what an exciting game today between West Indies women and New Zealand women. You really have to take a deep breath, Stacey and King, and see in terms of what's going to be happening.
Yeah, just a reminder, New Zealand would have won the toss and decided to field first. They sent West Indies into bat. West Indies made 168 for 7 in their 35 overs. In reply, New Zealand 159 for 5 in 33.0 overs.
So we just been informed by Vinod, according to the official scorecard, that New Zealand would have won by 6 runs. Yeah, would have won by 6 runs. And Vinod, I think I got a young man here who deals with the Duckworth Lewis, so he might be in a better position to explain to us in terms of the final conclusion. How are you, my brother? Can you just give us an explanation for the folks, for our viewers and listeners? Yeah. Based on the analysis,
Hi, good night.
Yeah.
Well, the simple explanation is that play got called off due to bad light. So instead of just calling the game as a forfeit or whatever, they decided that they're just going to go by Duckworth Lewis. And at that point in time, New Zealand was in front by 6 runs because the Duckworth Lewis pass score at the time was 153. So I guess they're awarding the victory to New Zealand on that basis. I'm assuming. I haven't got any official word yet.
okay. So on the Duckworth Lewis pass score, based at the end of 33 overs, New Zealand were ahead by 6 runs.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So Asher Cornelius, one of the scorers for today, and somebody who deals with the Duckworth Lewis method, coming into our commentary booth, Stacey and King, and giving us an update in terms of what's going to be happening. And after bad light would have forced the game to go right down. In fact, I was always wondering why the lights didn't come on. Because the lights now come on. It never ceases to amaze me in terms of what's going to be happening. What are you seeing on Cricket Info?
And New Zealand won by 5 runs, Duckworth Lewis and Stein method.
Yeah.
At least that's what
That's
Cricket
exactly
Info
what it
has.
does, and that's what exactly what he said also.
Which is what was explained just now.
Well, no. Wow. So, exciting end on an exciting day. And if you say West Indies women and New Zealand women, you're going to get an exciting game.
This is the result of match 1. There's still 2 games to be played in this CG United ODI series.
Wow. Couldn't get any stronger than this. So there we heard it. So it's official, as he rightly said. New Zealand women winning the first game right here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium at North Sound by 5 runs.
By a Duckworth Lewis method.
That's why I think we have Duckworth and Lewis method.
Well, just a reminder, New Zealand won the toss and sent West Indies into bat. West Indies, on the other hand, would have managed 168 for 7 off 35 overs. In reply, New Zealand made 159 for 5 in 33 overs. The match ended at 17:56. That was the official cut-off time. That meant that New Zealand won by 5 runs via Duckworth, Lewis and Stein method. So New Zealand take this first game of the CG United ODI series.
Enthralling game.
Enthralling, very much so. Another 10 runs was needed of 12 balls. Let's just not forget that. They have now sort of break that streak, that losing streak in the Caribbean. New Zealand.
Yes.
Now we sit and wait for the second CG ODI, CG Insurance United ODI, which is due to be played on Wednesday.
Well, on Wednesday, I think that the West Indies will have to improve on their fielding, first of all. And that certainly is going to be tip-top. And in 35 overs today, to come and get the total that they put on the score here and to be able to put up a fight here on this big ground, New Zealand would have to go back to the drawing board now and figure out, you know, where did they go wrong. Susie Bates maybe in the final analysis, I said, hey, maybe when at the point in time when I got out, I maybe should not have got out of there. At that time they were coasting. West Indies also going to have to look at their bowling options because a couple of persons did not bowl today.
Yeah, Shabika Gajnabi, Stephanie Taylor, and of course the Pacers were a bit too expensive. From a West Indies perspective, I think they need to just look at that partnership. There was one really standout partnership for them of 83 runs off 77 balls between Kaishona Knight and Chanel Henry, which came pretty late. Those middle overs from 11 to 21 was really challenging when Ran Jonas and Amelia Kerr bowled. Just 28 runs were scored and 3 wickets fell. So an area for them to improve on, playing against spin bowling. But from a New Zealand perspective, as you mentioned, those shot selections, they need to work on them a bit more.
Pace off, I think, is going to be important, and it's going to be going forward in this series here. On these big boundaries, I think it's going to be a trump card for the West Indies as to what their bowling options are going to be. I'm hoping that Stephanie Taylor is fit, because if Stephanie Taylor is fit, then it means that she's going to play a huge part in this lineup in terms of you know, adding some value to this bowling lineup. You have Affy Fletcher and company. So hey, we look to control it from here. Just to let the folks know, in case you're wondering, Stacey will give you the final result again. New Zealand winning the first game by 5 runs under the Duckworth-Lewis method.
Yes. And that was all due to lights. Match was supposed to end at 17:56. Umpire Joel Wilson and Jacqueline Williams called the game at that time. New Zealand were 159 for 5, which means that they were 5 runs ahead of the Duckworth-Lewis and Stein method. So, New Zealand stand up as chumps.
So far in the CG United, with 2 games still to play. So our next game, the next time you hear the voice, will be on Wednesday. We got that right? Wednesday at 9:30 a.m. right here. By no rain, we expect to have a full game here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
So for now, thank you for joining us. Goodbye and good night.